Right. Gonna start the stream up in a little bit. Give me just a sec. All right. So this is going to be my second live stream. It's gonna start in about 3 minutes. Well, wait, no. In about 8 minutes. And so I'm just kind of seeing who all's coming in, but I'm gonna be drawing Cody from Street Fighter and Matt Murdock from Marvel. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear this out though, this like promotional artwork, and then I'm gonna start a new file. While I'm at it, let me go ahead and I'll leave this up there right now. Let's see. And this time I got the stream pulled up on my phone, so anytime somebody says something, I can see the stream. All right, so I just created a 1440 by 1080 drawing. If I can find where I put my pen. It's all right, the stream hasn't started yet technically, so I got time. Yo, if I lost my pen before the stream starts, I'm going to cry. Okay, there we go. All right. So we got about 5 minutes before the stream officially starts. All right. And if anyone pops in, if anybody's hearing me right now, just, ah, tap in whatever you get in here. Okay. This is the awkward part of the stream because it's like not officially started yet, and I feel like I don't like started too early. Let me take this down. I'm gonna go ahead and got 5 more minutes and then I'll get started. Just trying to see who all's in here. Actually, let me put this back up. There we go. That way they know it's not officially up yet. All right, we got about 4 minutes. Tab it. Let me go ahead because I know I'm finna pull up some references in a sec. Wanted to have like references before the stream started so I could pull them up on the stream, but I forgot. So now I just have to do them on the fly. Let's see, 3 minutes. All right. Anybody's tapping in? What's up? In about 3 minutes, I'm going to be starting the Daredevil versus Cody drawing. If you are any kind of fan of Street Fighter or Marvel versus Capcom, please let me know. Drop it in the chat. Let's see, we got about 2 more minutes. I'm just getting some final things set up, warming up, preparing to talk, all that. Let's see. All right, we got some people hopping in. We got some people hopping in. Give me about 2 minutes and then we'll officially start. If you're new to the channel, what's up? The name's Derek and I do art. See, about 2 more minutes. I'm pulling up like references for everything that I'm about to draw. And whenever you're drawing, like I said in the last live stream, you want to make sure that you have some decent references. They'll make your drawing a lot better. Now, sometimes you want to like do it free-handed and stuff like that, but let's see. All right, 1 more minute, and then we're going to start the stream. All right, all right, all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the stream starting soon down, and then I'm gonna go back to my Clip Studio application, and then we're about to get this party started. All right, select my brushes. Okay, all the prep work is done. And again, different from last week, I actually have the stream chat pulled up on my phone, so I won't miss anything. All right, this is like the longest minute of my life. Let's see. All right, it is 3 p.m. and we are about to get started with the stream. Anybody that's just got here, I am drawing Daredevil versus Cody, Marvel versus Street Fighter. So we're gonna go ahead and just get right into it. So let's see. I kind of have an idea for how I want this to go. We're just gonna start off with like a rough sketch. I know this is like already wonky looking, but let's see. So I think on the left side I'm gonna have Cody. On the right side I'm gonna have Daredevil. And I'm just kind of sketching, kind of trying to bring my idea to life right quick. Just get the feel for everything. So let's see. For Daredevil, I like kind of like his original design. Matter of fact, yeah, let me just start one at a time, actually. This is gonna throw it off. So I like his kind of original design where he kind of has like the cane. So we're gonna start off with like this little stick drawing. I promise it'll get better as we go, but I'm just trying to kind of get a general figure for how I want everything. So I want him to have a cane, right? We'll just leave that for right now. And then I want Cody to have, he usually fights with a pipe. I want him to have a pipe and a knife. All right. If you don't know Cody, he is a Street Fighter character technically, but he originated in his own game that was supposed to be like Street Fighter 2, but it later became known as Final Fight. It's a long story, but Let's see. And I kind of want them to have kind of like almost like this dual thing going on. So let's see. I want them to like cross weapons. And then I think I want Cody to have a knife in the other hand. My boy Jamal, what's up? What's up? Jamal, I think is streaming after this. So Jamal, if you want to like link your stream in the chat later on or whatever, so people can go to your stream, that's fine by me. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up, dog. But let's see. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Let me merge these layers. Command E. Hold on, I gotta select both of them, and then Command E. Let's see. So, like I said, Cody is kind of like this knife wielder. He fights dirty. He does not care. He'll use weapons. And ironically, Cody is probably the only Street Fighter character that's actually a Street Fighter. Like Ryu fights in tournaments and everything. Everybody's kind of organized. They're like maybe assassins or something, but Cody actually has weapons on him at all times. Usually a knife. And again, I'm just kind of getting a feel for the drawing. I think I'll kind of have the other hand holding the knife. And again, we're not getting too complex right now. This is the sketching phase. We're just kind of trying to get some ideas. And I think I want to switch how the weapons are. So I have like the cane right here in like the Daredevil hand. And I'm going to actually make it this kind of horizontal one right here. So this is going to be like the cane. And you might be wondering why I'm giving Daredevil a cane. Well, obviously he's blind, sort of, kind of. And in the it was more prominent that he had like a cane in the original comic. That was like his main way to get around and do his Daredevil stunts was the cane. So we're gonna have him kind of hold that right here. And then I want him to kind of lock eyes, right? So we're gonna have, let me see, kind of him facing this direction, maybe. Again, doesn't have to be perfect. I can fix these as I go along. But we're just kind of getting the form of these figures. I'm really just freehanding this. So I think I want him to ball up his fist in the other hand. And you might be wondering why I chose these two specifically, but they're both pretty much vigilantes. So Daredevil is kind of like your traditional vigilante, kind of like Spider-Man-esque character. He's fighting for justice, but he's kind of outside of the law. But he's kind of within the law too, as Matt Murdock, because he's a lawyer by day. It's a very interesting concept. Now, Cody is a little bit different. Cody is a vigilante, kind of like Daredevil at the start, and then he's later seen as a bad guy. He gets framed for a crime he didn't commit, but he allows himself to be in prison because he feels like he deserves it. So it's kind of like this kind of self-deprecation. It's a really cool concept. And I know this is just completely out of my mind, this story right here. They never actually battle, except in a Marvel versus Capcom. Let me. And ironically, neither I don't think either one of these characters have been in a Marvel versus Capcom. So, just getting the form again of the faces and stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna have his neck kind of tilted a little bit. this is These start off so funny looking. But yeah, I'm gonna grab the cane again. And I want let me move the fist. I kind of I'll figure this out as I go along. I'm just trying to figure out how I want this. But yeah, let's put like I'm gonna have to look up how a pipe looks. Like a PVC pipe, I think it is. Where he would get that in the middle of the street, I don't know. This was like maybe 90s. So maybe you were a lot more prone to have a pipe just out and about in the streets of Metro City. Metro City is where Cody's from. It's basically New York. It's weird because in the Street Fighter universe, they also have New York. So I don't know how that works, but yeah. And if you also play Street Fighter, that famous bonus stage where you beat up the car, that actually wasn't originally from Street Fighter. That was from Final Fight. So, all right, now still trying to figure out the form and everything. I think I want to have him in kind of like this contrapposto kind of pose. It's starting to take form. It's starting to take some form. It's not quite where I want it, but I'm getting a general kind of feel for everything. So let's see, Control T. We're gonna move that. Click OK. And let's see. I think I want him kind of leaning into it. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of like that pose that Daredevil's kind of taking. I don't like how big this pipe looks, but I like the pose that I'm getting so far. So give me a sec, and I'm gonna just pull up some references to help me out with this drawing. But yeah, let me know y'all how y'all think it's looking so far. If y'all have any like comments, anything to chime in, anything that you think would help the drawing, please let me know. Let's see. And for anybody that's just like hopping in, just tuning in, we're drawing Cody from Street Fighter versus Daredevil from Marvel. The battle of vigilantes, if you will. So I'm probably gonna lower the opacity of the layer. A lot of digital drawing or just even painting and stuff like that is just, doing layers and layers and fixing things up as you go along. And for anybody that's got to like, because this will probably be a longer live stream, if you want to, pop in and out, that's fine. Thank you to anybody that shows up. But let's see. I'm trying to find like keep this live stream going, but find pictures of Pike while I'm doing this. Let's see. I want his head more kind of tilted. And anytime you're doing these layers, you kind of want to get a little bit more detailed as you go along. I think I want to have them a little bit closer to each other, but at the same time, I kind of like this distance. I like this pose. I like this pose though. I'll keep it like this. You don't want to force the drawing to be something it's not. So yeah, Cody, I'm gonna actually start getting a little bit more into the form and just kind of making it take shape a little bit more. But yeah, Cody is a bigger dude. He's in prison and he's like one of the strongest dudes in prison. So you'd imagine he lifts weights. He's got to be strong. Now Daredevil, he's not really a boxer, but he's the son of a boxer. And a lot of his physical fitness just kind of comes naturally to him. And he does these really insane stunts, thus being known as Daredevil. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna dial into Cody a bit more. I think that'll help. Just one character at a time. So now the thing about Cody is initially he's kind of fighting for justice like any other vigilante, but after a while he doesn't feel that he's the hero and he just kind of does it for the love of the game. He just likes to fight. I don't like how these eyes are. They're a little too kind of anime-esque, and I know this is a Japanese game initially, but I don't like how I drew this one. So I'm gonna change his face as I go along. But as long as he looks like Cody as it progresses, that's all that matters. Now, Cody's kind of got, let me see, kind of not really a bowl cut, but he's kind of got like this short hair, and then he's kind of got like these protruding bangs in the front. And I think I'm gonna separate half of it. So like the bangs will kind of come out right here. He's a pretty boy on the low, so That's kind of taking shape. That's starting to look like Cody. So let's see. And in the original games, he's got like a t-shirt and jeans. It's the most American, like it's so just obviously American of a character. But let's see. But in the Street Fighter games, especially like Street Fighter Alpha and beyond, he's got the prison jumpsuit. It takes place after Final Fight 3, I think, when he like goes to prison. So he's just and he fights in his prison uniform. He breaks out of prison when he gets bored, and he just fights in his prison get up. So let's see. I think I'll kind of try to draw the crotch down here. The leg will probably be out, and this leg will be out too. Drawing muscles is weird. I'm gonna try to like define like the ab area. Let's see, this doesn't look right to me though. I'm gonna pretend I know basic anatomy. I'm just gonna pretend. But see, I feel like the chest could be bigger. But you see, you see, I'm starting to get the form. I don't like how his form is right now. Let me try to bring in the knife. That might help. And these will probably just change as I go along, but I don't like how calm he looks either. This seems like it's supposed to be a lot more intense of a fight scene, so we'll just kind of keep that in mind as we go along. We'll change it and try to do these cuffs. It's a very rough sketch, so bear with me. But let's see. Oh, that's a decent start to Cody. Let me see. If I were Daredevil and I had my arm out like this, let's do a little bit of a rough sketch here. I'm gonna have his arm going straight down, kind of like that, and we're just gonna imply a fist here. And then I actually want this to kind of wind in a bit. So like I want it to have a little bit of motion. Yeah. This will be interesting. This will be a lot of action going on here. So yeah, he's got that range of motion, and then it kind of comes down. Let's see. That's interesting. I want his arm a little higher up though. Like I don't think you just be holding the bottom of a pipe like that. So let's bring his arm in like that. I'm gonna click E to erase. Mm, I don't like his arm placement. Like, let's see. I think his arm should be raised a little bit. A lot of trial and error. That's what the art process is. See, I feel like I'm already liking this right here. Maybe not. Maybe not. I feel like I need a prop. Let me see if I had like my ruler with me, that would be sick. I know y'all wouldn't be able to see it, but all right. So let's see. He's swinging a pipe. So let's see if you got a knife, and then I wish y'all could like see what I'm doing right now. I look so goofy, but it's part of the process. Oh my gosh, this is gosh. Okay, so I think I want his arm to be kind of brought in a little bit. Oh, this is difficult. I'll leave Cody alone for right now, and then I'll go on to Daredevil. So I'm gonna make a new layer, and I also kind of want Daredevil's face to be tilted inward. And these two characters, they really do like to fight. Like Daredevil is a bit more serious and about justice. He's a lawyer and everything, but you know, he also enjoys to fight. But like I said, he's a bit more justice oriented, whereas Cody is just doing it for the love of the game. Like there could be no justice involved in somebody like he would not back down from a fight. He wants to fight you. So yeah, I'm gonna get that neck, no homo, and just kind of bring that in. Let's see. And then let's see. Okay, so his fist is here. I really like how dynamic that is. And we're gonna just go with that fist. Since Daredevil's looking good, we'll probably just try to build this piece around him and just kind of make Cody fit to his parameters. And yeah, and like some of the other Daredevil like the live action Netflix show. It's a Disney Plus show now, but the originally the Netflix show, it didn't really utilize his cane too much. I think he had weapons outside of the cane, but I feel like the cane is really important, especially in like the older Daredevil comics, because it's how he does some of his stunts, like just vaulting from a pole or something like that, just catching weapons with his weapons. It and plus he's we know he's blind as the viewers. Like realistically, it probably wouldn't be as cool as it is, but this is a comic, so I like the cane, so I'm gonna keep it in here. But let's see, the chest should probably be over to the left a bit more, so I guess I'll do that. And let me make sure my chat is accurate. I'm trying to see. Yeah, yeah, okay, cool, cool, cool. So I'm gonna curve that in a little bit. I'm gonna try to kind of make his chest pop out a little bit more. And then he's kind of got this dynamic pose, so the arm's kind of gonna go inward and then outward. It'll probably like go behind his chest actually, so it's kind of weird. I have to work from like behind this cane, but yeah, little. I feel like the ear could be closer, or maybe higher up, something. His ear really shouldn't be too prominent since he's wearing a mask, so I guess I'll keep that in mind. Control. Oh, well, actually, yeah, just press OK. Okay, so we're gonna kind of flesh out his face a little bit, and I want him to look serious, but like he's enjoying this at the same time. And he doesn't really need any pupils because he's got the mask, and I don't think his mask doesn't really need anything to see out of. And sometimes they like even draw it as like those kind of comic esque like white um like no pupil eyeball, if that makes sense. Kind of like if you ever seen those like kind of anime looking Ninja Turtles, they'll kind of have a similar thing. All right, so let's see. I think his jawline can be a little bit cleaned up. Let's see if I could just like, yeah, that looks better. That looks better. And we're just kind of tightening up some stuff. I think I want to give him a little bit of a smirk. Like, yeah, I got you. I think Daredevil is starting to look well, but I feel like, hold on. All right. Jamal's gonna drop his link in the chat, so if y'all could check him out later, I'd appreciate y'all helping out the homie. But yeah, thanks for the compliment on the drawing too. It's getting there. It's getting there. Hopefully, I can finish this off in a timely manner, but we'll see. All right, I think Daredevil is getting there. I think Cody needs a little bit more love, so I'm gonna control. Maybe I should merge all these. I'm gonna put them all in a folder, and then let's see. Uh, re- all right, yeah, yeah. Cody is like getting there, but not as much as Matt is. So something about the placement of his pipe I don't like. I like everything else, but the way he's swinging his pipe is not. I don't like that. So let's see. I know I should probably like tighten up the overall form, but I want to get into his face. So let's make him a little bit more aggressive looking. Let's see, and then I'm gonna lower his eyes a bit because Cody has to look like he doesn't care. I also want to kind of have him squinting a bit. I'm gonna flesh out his nose just ever so slightly so that it's not just like this, just basic nose. And then he's also gonna be grinning. Like Cody is gonna grin. He's loving this. Yeah, I think that's a bit better too. I think his eye on the left side is a little bit low, so I'm gonna raise that up a bit. Yeah, that's better. It's the slight details, and that'll make the drawings go from you know decent to amazing. Not to say that I'm an amazing artist or anything by any means, but I try. I try. Let's see. Let me erase that. I don't like how this jawline is going. Let's see. I'm gonna shrink this just a bit, or I picked the wrong brush. And I kind of want his chin to be a little bit rounded, not like a classic Superman kind of round. Yeah, this is looking like Cody. This is starting to look like Cody. If I could just get the placement of his hype, that would be phenomenal. Yeah, the raised eyebrow is everything right now. I might even have his eye kind of bucking a bit. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But see, okay, so I'm looking at it. Sometimes you gotta look at it from a singular scope. Something about this looks right. But when I zoom out in this pose, I don't like it. Let's see. Mm, I think the pose, something about the pose is really getting me. The face, I think he needs to like lean in a bit more. Like he's kind of lunging at him. Oh, you know what? What if I brought his arm just straight down, right? And have him lean to the other side. Bear with me for a second. So let me do another layer. Please be aware of your layer placement because I know this is going to kill me later, but let me turn this layer off actually. Ew, no, his hair. I needed that. I'll turn it back on in a sec, but let's say that I did this. Just okay. Hmm. I'm gonna actually do it in the other layer. So let's say that I bring this to this side and have the chest more facing this direction. And then I'd have to change like the collarbones. Maybe I do know a little bit of anatomy, but yeah, I think that's starting to look better actually. And then the the shoulder will kind of lean into the chest a little bit. It'll kind of smush off the chest, and then it's a downward motion, so it'll kind of flex. Um, I guess but these aren't traps. Definitely the tricep, right? And so let's see. We'll bring that forearm in, and I'll tighten this up in a sec. But and the purpose of that, besides it just kind of looking nice, I can put a fist down here, and then the pipe could like extend down here, right? So now it has a more of a range of motion. It's almost like he's bringing down like a sword or something like that. So I kind of like that. I kind of like that. But let's see. Yeah. We'll go with that. We'll fix that up as we go along. But I think that's a much better pose, or at least it fits better. And I might not even have him holding the knife. I might just have him like I might have him twirl the knife actually. Cause say if I like had the hand here and I'm just gonna do like a rough drawing of a hand or something like that. And then I had like the knife and it was like twirling. I think that would be cool. I think that would be cool because then it'll kind of lead from his arm going down here up to his arm going up here. I think that'd be cool. So we might try that. We might try that. Let me actually get this folder and just in case I want to go back to its original size, I'll duplicate the folder and turn it off. And then I'm going to shrink this folder, Command T, and just make everything a little bit smaller. I know they're the focal point of this, but we do want to leave some room for the background, and I do want to kind of have his arm stretch out over here. So, all right, so so this is looking cool already. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with this. So, for anybody that's, just popping in or whatever, we're drawing Daredevil versus Cody, Street Fighter versus Marvel. And like I said earlier, ironically, neither of these guys has been in a Marvel versus Capcom. I don't think they had the rights to Daredevil like once it went to Disney, so they couldn't use him. And then Cody, I actually don't know why he's never been in the game. I could be mistaken, but I don't remember him being in an MVC game. Hey, maybe that there's a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 they might add him, but since we got this new Tokon coming out, that might not be likely. So yeah, we're gonna kind of fix him up a little bit more, and I'm gonna try to do the knife thing. Wrong layer. I, I'm going to lose every last one of these layers because I forgot where I put them. So matter of fact, let me merge this with this layer. Command E or Control E. I'm on I'm on an Acer computer, it's Microsoft, so I'm gonna erase. And thanks again to anybody who's like, showing up and watching the stream. I really appreciate it. Let's see. And I'm gonna bring his arm out a little bit. It's almost like he's gonna be poised to strike. I'm gonna bring this bicep out a little bit more. I really hate drawing the like where the bicep, the forearm, like not the forearm, but the bicep to like the armpit where like that connection is because it's really weird. And this is gonna be an interesting piece just for the fact that I don't have a reference for these. Like I'm looking up how they look, but in terms of the poses, I'm just making stuff up as I go. So let's see. So I feel like there's gonna be some form of let me see he's gonna be kind of rooted right here. This is kind of where he's taking that firm stance. And let me see, I'm gonna have to get up and pose for it. So okay. So there's gonna kind of be this pinch right here. Let's see. Oh, this is an interesting freaking. Okay, so we're gonna bring that down. I just need somebody to hit this pose. I need to see how accurate slash inaccurate this would look. All right, and then I kind of want to have his arm go from here to here, and then I think I want to have him spinning the knife. Maybe, let me see. I'm gonna grab this, Control T, and then twist it. Yeah, I want it to be a little bit more direct. There we go. I think I like that. And then I'm gonna hit P twice to select my brush. I'm gonna kind of have his hand coming out. I can like twirl a drumstick, but I can't really twirl a knife. I mean, I could, but I don't have a knife with me, and that'd be kind of dangerous. The last thing I want to do is cut my hand while I'm doing this stream. So let's see. I'm trying to kind of get a feel. Let me get the shape of the hand, and then I feel like it'd kind of be between like two fingers, and then two fingers would be like downward, right? And then if I had the knife, I'm gonna probably look up a better knife, but I don't know how I feel about him twirling it now. No, no, I kind of like the motion. I kind of like the motion. Okay, this is getting somewhere. This is like actually looking kind of cool. Let's see. All right, so let me see. I'm gonna start separate. Yeah, look at how it started on the Cody end of things, and then look where we got to. So I think there's a lot of action going on with this. Let's get back to Daredevil right quick. So let's see. I think I'm gonna merge some of these Cody layers. Control E. There's the background. All right, so I'm gonna lower the opacity for the Daredevil layer. All right, and I think Daredevil was looking a little small, so I'm gonna actually go and just go all around and select everywhere his kind of hand and stuff is. I'm gonna control C it so I don't mess nothing up. And then control V to paste and just transform. I'm gonna have to change that up a bit. Let me hit OK. Tone that down. All right, all right, all right, all right. So let me move that around some more. He still looks a little small. He looks a little small. So let me keep, enlarging it. And I kind of like this. Matter of fact, let me put him kind of next to him just so I can reference, like have some form of reference. So, all right, now they look about the same size. I don't want his head to be too much bigger than Cody's, especially since he's on the kind of far side. Because he would look slightly smaller if Cody is closer. So let me lower that a bit. And I think we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so I'm going to hit OK. Control D to deselect. And there's a few things that I need to tighten up with Daredevil, right? So I'm going to start a new layer, zoom in, and I think I need to tilt his head just a little bit more. And I know I've like traced over this like 3 times already, but that's kind of how it goes. So let me start off with the nose. I need to flesh out his nose just a little bit more. Maybe add like, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, and then, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm going to bring down those brows a little bit. And since these aren't technically his eyes, I don't have to like do any like squinting or anything. This is part of his mask. So yeah, this is a cool thing. You can kind of see the way, I do my art process and make my art. I'm gonna give him like this little brow ridge, I guess I can call that. But yeah, yeah. And I'm just kind of, dialing in the head, just making it look a little bit more accurate, just cleaning it up a bit. And I'm gonna flip it right quick just so I have like a different perspective. That helps me out a lot. I feel like it's kind of like a right brain, left brain thing when you can have them symmetrical on both sides, visually appealing to both sides, then you have a nice piece. So, that's my little personal tip to anyone who draws, but And I think I'm gonna bring this in a little bit more. It's kind of like this kind of Batman-esque mask. Daredevil is really kind of Batman, but with a few extra superpowers and less money. I rather be Batman because at the end, I kind of like that grin on Daredevil. It feels slightly out of character, but I don't know. I'll leave it for right now, though. All right, I like the tilt on the neck. All right, and let's see. We're gonna have that go down a little bit. And something about this isn't connecting right. So his chest should be kind of popping upwards, but I don't think it should be that far out if he's facing that way. Let me see. I'm gonna do like a little S shape. Yeah, I feel like this kind of direction right here is a bit more on point. So I'll try to fit it around that X. So the chest will kind of be like right here-ish. It'll kind of stop right there. I think that's better. I don't know. Uh, something seems off. I don't know what it is about this pose, but something seems very off. Also, the hand, the hand would kind of be going more to like Cody's direction. Let's see. My bros in the chat, man said Batman superpower as well. He ain't lying though. He ain't lying. What's up, bro? What you think about the piece so far? Let me zoom out. This is what we got going so far. I'm just kind of cleaning stuff up, but let's see. I think the chest should be right there. Kind of like how this is going. Yeah, yeah. And then I'll just kind of bring that back down. I'm just gonna pretend I know where these muscles go, by the way. You just kind of have to fake it till you make it. So I kind of like that because it's kind of like Daredevil's kind of got this lean to him. Cody's kind of leaning in, so I'll probably like just keep that going now. In a minute, probably more like 60 minutes, but in a bit, I'm gonna do the background. And I was trying to think of what I'd do for this background. Most likely, these two would be fighting in New York. I can't imagine Daredevil fighting too many places outside of New York unless it's like a global crisis, which hardly ever happens with Daredevil because what is Daredevil realistically going to do in a global crisis? Um, but there is one setting. It's a famous, well, not famous, but it's a really iconic like battleground in the Final Fight series that takes inspiration from New York. Can y'all guess where that location is? It's like the biggest landmark in New York, if not in the US. I'll give y'all a sec while I do this. All right. So, and then I'm gonna bring his forearm down a little bit. Oh, geez, that looks weird. Let me see. I think, yeah, the forearm would kind of stop right about here. It'd curve in a bit, and then there'd be some foreshortening on those muscles. But and then I'm gonna bring his arm out a little bit, and then I'm gonna shrink this just for the fact that his arm is not gonna, fit on the page if I do this. Hey, thanks, thank you. Yeah, he said you only see them in New York. Yeah, like most of the superheroes, they usually fight in New York, and they're usually fighting because they love New York. And that's kind of how Daredevil's thing is. I don't see him fighting anywhere outside of New York. Now, Cody, he'll take the fight to anywhere. Like I said, he does this for the love of the game. He does not care. Like he starts off a noble kind of vigilante dude, but it's kind of like a Goku thing. It's like, yeah, I'm doing the right thing, but it's also fun. Like, let's see, but yeah, the location that they share between them in Metro City and New York is the Statue of Liberty. And I don't know if they have the Statue of Liberty in Metro City because it is based on New York, but Cody has definitely fought in front of the Statue of Liberty. So I think that'll be my background is the Statue of Liberty. This is going to be a New York centric fight. And I'm just going to make up some lore since this is this is my piece. Cody has broken out of prison to, help one of his friends and Daredevil has a conflict of interest. He just knows that there's an escapee in New York probably wreaking havoc. So now they have to fight. Even though neither one of them is necessarily the bad guy, this would be a reason why they would fight. So we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. All right. So let me flip this again. All right. So I think I'm gonna finish his fist first, right? I'm gonna shrink it a little bit just so everything fits on the page. Control T, and then I'm gonna move it over a little bit more. All right, all right, all right. And then I'm gonna finish off his fist, and then I might sketch it one more time, or I might go into the background. Y'all let me know if y'all want me to sketch it one more time, or if y'all want me to go ahead and start on the background. I can do either or. All right, so let me see. His fist would kind of like curve in just a little bit, I feel like, and then just kind of ball it up right there. Get his thumb. And that's more or less that's decent. That's decent. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. So I kind of like the looseness of it too. I might lean into that. And since Cody's like kind of like the Street Fighter 4 character, he comes in before that, but Street Fighter 4 has got like these loose brush strokes. So I might lean into that. But all right, yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and start with the background before I proceed anymore. Just give me a sec and I'm gonna kind of on my tablet, y'all won't see it, but on my tablet, I'm gonna pull up, Statue of Liberty from Final Fight, and then I'll kind of go off of that. I think that'll be a nice location. You could see that they're in New York, and it'll be a nice reference to the Final Fight game. So, yeah, thanks for the compliments and everything on the piece so far. I'm trying to like do this on a weekly basis. I might not do it next week, but if I don't do it next week, it'll be a bi-weekly thing. Okay, so I got an image of the Statue of Liberty pulled up on my tablet. Like I said, I know y'all can't see it, but and that'll serve as like my reference for the background. Let me see. So if I can get this to work. Anyway, let me start another layer and then I'm going to go ahead and get this background started. Now, in the Final Fight game, they're kind of like on these docks where like the ocean is, like behind them. Let's see. I kind of like how it's horizontal right there. So I'll go with that. And then there's like this little railing. Whoops. Just in the background. And it's just a rough sketch of everything. So we'll just see how it looks for right now and then we'll proceed. Matter of fact, let me actually lower these characters' opacities right quick. That'll make it easier to do this sketch. Let's see. I think the railing is too big, so I'm gonna actually, get the rectangle tool. No, no, not that. I'm gonna get the lasso tool and, just go around this line, bring it down a bit. All right, Control D to deselect, and I'm gonna start the little railing. And you don't want to like go too hard on like the backgrounds and stuff before you really sketch them out. Ideally, you'd want to like sketch everything and like plan before you start. But I feel like that's part of the fun of these live streams is just like I kind of think of the idea as the week progresses and then I just do it. I think that's the fun part. So let's see, we've got the railing, and then there's like this sign that says way out. I feel like it would only fit on Daredevil's end though. Matter of fact, there's not a lot of space. How about I forget about that right now and I'll just kind of sketch out the Statue of Liberty. In fact, I'll do that on a separate layer too. So I want the Statue of Liberty to have the most space in the background. So I'm kind of gonna have her. I feel like she'd be near Daredevil, and that's kind of representative of him being like this figure of justice. But I also maybe want her to point towards Cody, just so it's like representing Cody's not a bad guy. But I feel like I can't have both because then she'd be pointing this way. I don't know. I really don't know. Like I said, faking a lot of this till I make it. Uh, Let me Control T this Statue of Liberty. Make her a little bit smaller. Since she's in the background, she shouldn't be too noticeable, but she's the Statue of Liberty, so she should be noticeable. I'll just kind of let it rock right there for right now, just to know it's there. And there's also this sunset. In the middle of the fight, there's like this sunset that goes on. So, or no, it's a sunrise actually. So Cody's been fighting all night, and in this piece, so is Daredevil. So let's see. I think I'm gonna leave all this space to the right as like the sunrise. So I'm gonna just kind of put something here to where I know that I have to draw it later. I'll even draw like the sun right here. Okay. And I'll probably draw like some other things like a bench or something like that. Because there is like this kind of park area they're fighting in. But I like this so far. So we've got the background kind of started with like an implied background. I gotta fix it up later. But yeah, we've had a temporary break from the two figures, so we'll go ahead and pull them back up right quick. Let me actually check how long this stream's been going. Let's see. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay, so stream's been going on for over an hour now. Pretty sick, pretty sick. And like I said, if any of y'all need to like, pop in or out, that's perfectly fine. Just thank y'all for showing up, honestly. It really means a lot. All right, so now we're gonna hone in on the figures just a little bit more. And I like these poses that I got so far, and I think I'll stick with those and just kind of flesh them out. All right, so let's go back to Cody, and I'm just gonna. This might be the last outline I do for these characters before I like do the actual black outline. Yeah, I'm gonna just give them kind of like these little thin eyebrows, and I feel like expressions are like a huge thing when you're like drawing characters, especially when it's not like a comic or anything like that, when you're actually just drawing a singular image. It Because a picture, I know it's cliche, but a picture can tell 1,000 words. So if you've got, just these expressions where they're kind of locked into each other, where they're just kind of enjoying the heat of battle and everything, that alone just kind of carries the piece. If they were like, just very neutral looking or, just both angry, it would be kind of generic, a generic fight scene. But there's kind of like this energy between the two of them. And I might sound a little pretentious, while I'm saying stuff like that, but that's just kind of how I feel about, making, pieces like this. I feel like there's a lot that goes into that. Maybe I'm just rambling, but yeah, and I'm just kind of gonna go over the parts that I want to define. I'm not gonna completely outline this again. I just want to hone in the most important parts. And this is just how I draw. You guys can probably, take inspiration or whatever. But at the end of the day, you gotta have to develop your own style. Even if you like take inspiration from this style that I make and learn a few tips and tricks, doesn't really mean anything until you actually do it. And you might find that certain things are easier. I'm not the best at what I do. I just try to do the best at what I do, if that makes sense. So yeah, and you can kind of see my style showing through in these characters. That's one reason I was really excited to do this because I draw a lot of superheroes and I'm into video games, but when I can kind of put my own spin on it, it's so fun. If you guys don't do anything else today, even if you want to have like the stream on in the background, if you guys just like draw something, even if it's like a little doodle, just go ahead and draw something, man. This is like so fun. All right, so yeah, and we're just, dialing in some certain parts of this just to make sure everything is like how I want it to be. I'm gonna bring this bicep out a little bit, just define it. That bicep's gonna lead into the forearm. And again, don't have really too many references going. Let me lower the background. This is getting in my way. Or yeah, I. But yeah, I don't have too many references that I'm working with. This whole form is just kind of off the top of my head. And there are pros and cons to that. It's less accurate for one thing, but that also helps since this is kind of like a comic, kind of cartoony kind of piece. So you might want that kind of looseness, that kind of cartoony goofiness. So, and yeah, I don't want to get too into this just for the fact that, I want to get done with it by the end of the live stream. So, you don't want to be a perfectionist all the time in art. It's good to have pride in your art and to, enjoy what you're doing, but it comes a certain point where you have to, meet the deadline or else you can work on a piece forever and, it can be as great as you want it to be, but the trade-off is you might never get done with the piece. So it's all about managing time. All right, I want that thumb to kind of be outward. I think I want this middle finger to be up the most. That's kind of iconic for Cody for a lot of reasons, but yeah, I'm gonna lower these fingers. All right, and he's just gonna kind of be flicking that knife. All right, so I'm gonna do the knife in a second, but I'm gonna, go ahead, nail in that forearm. I know a lot of people like it's hard to draw muscle and people are like intimidated by drawing muscles, but I would definitely, recommend, everybody try to do just play around with making muscles. You can only get better by trying. All right, and I'm gonna start actually doing his shirt too. So I know like a lot of prison uniforms will have like these collared shirts and everything. Uh Cody's is just like a normal shirt. It's like I don't even remember if it's just a shirt or if it's like a whole uniform jumpsuit type deal. But let me see. I'm gonna look up another reference. For anybody new that's popping in, say hey in the chat and all that. But let me zoom out on this while I'm doing this so everybody can kind of see the general kind of picture. Um, let's see. Okay, so yeah, I'm just currently looking up Cody's little jumpsuit, and yeah, it's pretty much like a one piece, not to be confused with the anime. The only thing I don't like about this pose right now is that I just remembered Cody's got like these off-brand Adidas, and I won't be able to show him off. I mean, I could like have his leg brought up like this, doing like a karate kick. In fact, if I decide I don't want the pipe right there, then I might actually do that. But I think that'd be doing too much. But he definitely does have like a special move where he like does this very high kick. But I think it'd be better if I like use the pipe. I think that'll be fine. Let's see. So also I gotta remember to draw these little handcuffs that he's got. And I know his arms down here, but he's got these really long handcuffs. Like they could the chains from the handcuffs could be a weapon in and of themselves. Like he could realistically, even if they were normal handcuffs, break out of them and still break out of prison, but they didn't make it too hard for him to break out of prison at any given. Pick the BS on some chains right quick, and then we'll like fix it up in the final thing. These aren't the most important. You just need to know that chains are there. If you use like custom brushes, you could probably do this faster with like the chains. You could probably find a brush to actually make those chains for you. But I don't really use too many custom brushes at all. Especially for something like these chains. I feel like it's a lot cooler when you actually, you know, do them yourself. Nothing against custom brushes. Anybody that uses custom brushes, I've seen some really cool artwork made with them, but it's just not my cup of tea. And maybe later on I will, but as it stands right now. But yeah, Cody's looking really cool. I'm gonna give him a little bit of like stubble, 5 o'clock shadow. He's a rough looking dude, so I think that'll be cool. Yeah, this is looking nice. All right, I can't wait to get and like hone in the Daredevil one. So yeah, again, this is like Cody versus Daredevil, a fight for New York, I guess. Honestly, Cody doesn't really care about New York like that anyway. He's just fighting. He's just here. Daredevil just so happens to be in the way, so he's just gonna fight him regardless. But I'm just kind of drawing some stripes right here, just so like I know later on where to like put him on the whole jumpsuit. Yeah, he's got like this classic blue striped prison uniform. Nah, he's looking sick though. Like he's looking actually fantastic. Not to toot my own horn or anything. I had a prop that was helping me get this like pose. Let me see. Okay, so if he's doing this and if the pole's like extending outward like this, then I think his wrist would kind of flick up a little bit. That looks a little odd. Give me just a second. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay. Okay, so it'd be somewhat flat and then like Oh, this is weird. This is actually weird. I'm gonna have to like hone that in, but I think the fingers would be like right about here. Yeah, that's starting to look like something. So let me clean that up a bit. So the thumb would kind of be like right here, and then the fingers would kind of like hold it. Again, this is something I'll probably have to clean up, but all right. And then I want to like really nail in that range of motion. So I'm gonna like have these little action lines going from like here, and then I want it to kind of I wanted to kind of stop right there in Daredevil's face. So I'll probably have it like bending outward a little bit. There's a really good idea if you're like making comics and things like that. Really get used to making like action lines and stuff like that, bending. Um and even if you're doing like animation, stuff like this, like these little motion smears and stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit because I don't like that he's kind of just got the very tip of it. Yeah, I like that a bit better. I like that a bit. Let me tilt it a little bit. Control T. Yeah, yeah, I like. I might even have like the little that little motion blur go behind Cody's head and like stop directly at Matt's face. Like he like successfully parried the attack. And if you know anything about Street Fighter, they love their parries. But all right, so that's gonna be Cody for right now. I might do one other extra layer just to like clean up the hand and like the pole. I'm gonna actually have to look up a pole like because I you can't really tell what this weapon is right now. But let me go and clean up Daredevil right quick, and then I'll do like the final little outline with the pencil for it, and then I'll do like the black outline to like actually start finishing up the characters, and then I can get into the fun stuff like coloring and everything. I mean, this is fun too, don't get me wrong. But all right, so I'm gonna lower Cody's opacity right quick so it makes it easier to draw Daredevil. I'm gonna lower Statue of Liberty. All right, and then he's pretty cleaned up as is. I think the neck could be a little bit bigger. Yeah, and then those shoulders and stuff. I'm probably not even gonna touch the head. Let's see. I'm gonna round out the chest. Let's see. Make it pop just ever so slightly. The collarbones would also kind of just pop out a bit, if I'm not mistaken. Again, not the best with anatomy. I just fake it till I make it, but yeah, round out these the chest. It's a very heroic kind of pose. Bring it in. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Matt Murdock is very in terms of physiques, he wouldn't be super like jacked. It wouldn't be like a steroid kind of build. Not to say that he may never use steroids, but there really wouldn't be much of a purpose. The way his powers work, one, he's a good guy. Not to say that good guys can't use steroids, but it's like I feel like he'd kind of be against that or whatever. And he also just wouldn't need it because when you know anything is coming your way, steroids aren't really gonna help you or anything. But I say that to say that he'll probably have like a more natural physique. Um, he's probably got like a similar physique to a boxer. That's kind of how his fighting style is. Kind of like he watched his dad grow up, uh, boxing and stuff like that. So buff physique. He's got to do a lot of ripping and running, and he's got like these, daredevil stunts that he does. So he has to have a lot of strength. And even if he wouldn't attend like a gym, which he does, practice at that one gym that his dad used to fight in or whatever. But he's got like his own routine, but he most likely wouldn't be super jacked. Cody would probably be bigger than him just because The Street Fighter characters are just insanely strong, and Cody's in prison with a bunch of inmates who have nothing to do but lift weights, and Cody is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest, of them. So Cody would be jacked. Now, him using steroids is maybe a whole other thing, but he's probably just jacked one way or the other. So yeah. I don't think I gotta hone in too much of Daredevil. Now, one thing I do want to do is kind of fix up the cane a little bit. And I wanted to have like separate parts, right? Because I don't know what all his cane can do, but it can definitely like detach in certain places. So yeah, let's do that. And you know what? I think I want to have his cane come up just short of Cody's face too. Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to hit each other and they're just coming up just short of each other. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. So we'll go with that for right now. Yeah. And then I think that's coming together. So I think the only thing in terms of like the two main characters that I need to like really clean up right now are probably, let me actually move his hand a little bit. I want it to be a little bit closer into the game, but I think the only thing I really need to clean up for real is Cody. And like not even just Cody, just specifically his hand and the pipe or whatever he's swinging. Give me just a sec. Pull up another reference. Give me, all right, Street Fighter. Because I'm trying to get like a reference for the pipe that he uses. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it's a PVC pipe. If I could like look that up. All right, I think I have a general idea of his pipe. This will go really well with his like against his cane too, because they both have like this kind of extrusion, I guess you would call it. All right, so let's just clean up the hand right quick. I'm not gonna go over, all of Cody for the millionth time, but I just kind of want to fix up the hand. Let's see. It'd kind of go inward a bit. Yeah. I think I think I'm onto something right there. All right, and then there's that. So I think the hand is looking nice. Maybe a little small. I'll probably enlarge it. Now the pipe. Let's see. If it's a PVC pipe, I think I want it to kind of come out right there a bit. And then it kind of like have like this end to it. Make it a little bit thinner. Yeah, and I'm just kind of locked into this right now. And he'll be kind of holding it by like the very kind of tip of the pipe. Yeah, I wanted to have like some weight to the end of it too, or like a little bit of length. So it's not like completely just, I don't know, words not formulating, but yeah. I think this is looking pretty nice so far. Let me make it a little bit thinner. I might raise it. Let me raise his hand up just a bit. Something about that is just kind of bothering me. Or maybe I might even twist it a bit. It's looking off. I could just be in my own head about it, but regardless, I kind of want to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'll tilt it upwards a little bit, and uh, yeah, I'll make it a little bit thinner. And then after that, I think I am done with the two characters for the most part. I just have to actually do the black outline. Let's give it some effects too. Let's have like almost like this little metallic kind of like these little sparks flying, especially like right here. We got to keep in mind that this is a comic. Well, it's not a comic, but it's comic inspired. So, we'll have like these little. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think there's a lot of impact going on right there. So, for right now, these are the two main characters of this piece, and this is kind of where it's going. There's one other thing before I continue. Daredevil does have like this kind of, I guess, utility belt, you can call it. So, let's actually, it doesn't have to be like super clean or anything like that. And I think there's like something he usually like wears on the side or something like that to like store weapons. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I can clean that up later and all that, but for right now, that's the main scene, right? So, I'm gonna actually fix this up and put like the black outline around it and everything, and then I'm gonna go in and do the background, or I might color first, but the background is already kind of there. I can do the background after I really knock out the characters. But this so far, this is what we got. And for anybody that's just now tuning in, anybody that's new to the stream, I'm drawing Daredevil from Marvel versus Cody from Street Fighter. So let's see. All right, I'm gonna take a quick sip of this coffee. All right, let's continue. So I'm gonna put these into a folder, and then I'm gonna, get this black outline. And for the millionth time, I'm gonna draw Cody. I think, I think he looks clean, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start with this kind of size 12 on this pen tool. I'm gonna bring in a vector layer, and this is really important. Make sure that the vector layer or whatever layer you're doing your final outline in is different from your normal layers, because and for a perfect example, if I draw on one of these other layers, I can't change this. I have to like erase whatever is there with the layer. Fortunately, there wasn't anything in that specific layer that was the effect, but this that could easily set you back like hours if you do it wrong. So I'm gonna start with the size 12 on this brush. What just happened? Um, oh, I'm on the eraser tool. But yeah, size 12 on this brush. I want it to be kind of thick, but I don't want it to be like super big of an outline. And that's kind of where I'll do like the neck and all the other like kind of parts. Anything like bigger, like the shoulder, I'll probably do with a bigger brush. I try my best to have like a minimum size 10 brush, and that's I want to say I feel like that gives me the best line weight to work with. And you might not be an artist that likes to work with thicker lines, but I really like, especially since I work with a lot of comics and stuff like that. I like my lines to be a little thick, and you can kind of see why. I'll probably show you in a sec, but like why that makes a big difference. But you can already see like that kind of makes that unique style. These kind of almost brush strokes on the character. Um, for the hair, I'm gonna go with a size 8. For like the thinner portions of the character, you want thinner brushes. But I really only use like the smaller brushes just for like fine detail and stuff. It's the same if you were using, pens and stuff. want to use like the bigger pens for the thicker outlines and stuff like that. I know it sounds kind of like common sense, but it's stuff that you might not necessarily think about while you're drawing. So it's just stuff that I like to point out that I do. And again, you might have your own preferences and your own way that you like to draw, the way you like your lines to look, but I'm just explaining my process right now. So yeah, you can see how well this kind of thinner brush is working on some of these thinner areas. And that does look very anime-esque. And I know earlier I was like, I wasn't rocking with it, but I think right here it kind of works. Let me have it so that he's kind of looking more directly at Matt. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, so now my computer's acting up. Yeah, that's one of the only things I don't like about this computer is just like sometimes it'll like give me like a notification and it'll just stop me in the middle of a pen stroke or something like that. And I'm just like, bro, I do not care. All right, so let's go with a size 10, bring that out. And yeah, this is really looking like Cody. Let's see. Go for a slightly thinner brush. Get these little ears. Ears are weird. I just kind of like to make this little like circular shape at the bottom. There's like one kind of bridge in the middle and then like another bridge up top. That's how I do it. If you look at like anybody that's drawing a character, whether it be like cartoons, anime, the ears are always just different. All right, so I'm gonna go at a size 10. I'm gonna start doing the like shirt slash jumpsuit part. And I'm gonna go with for the insides, I'm gonna go with like a size 15. For the outside, I'm gonna attempt like size 20. And we really want this arm to have like thicker lines just for the fact that it's the thing that's doing a lot of the motion right here. And it's probably the closest thing to us in like in actuality. So yeah, and then we're gonna like take it down a little bit where it like connects. Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm gonna use that same like size 15 right there, right here. And I'm gonna have like this little just kind of these defining edges on the inside where you can kind of see his chest, his collarbones. And I'm gonna go back to size 20 for this shoulder. I'm gonna go to 15 for like where this connects to here. And all of these aren't like the best explanations, but just bear with me. I'm gonna do 17 for like this little midsection right here. And you can kind of see what I was talking about where it's like thicker around here. It gives it more dimension, I feel like. And something else I like to do where it's like parts like this, I kind of like to give like these little hatches where the muscles are. I don't know, to me that kind of feels more like a comic. Get some hatches around his bicep, under the chest area. They're kind of like these little shadows. I should probably put them in a different layer, but it's a vector layer, so I could always fix it if I needed to. But yeah, this is like one of the fun parts because you're just kind of tracing over your own drawing. It's not a lot of the trial and error is taken out of the piece because you've already done the trial and error part. So you just kind of have to finish it off. The hardest thing about this is just kind of keeping your brush straight in all honesty, but if that's the most you have to deal with, that's not really much. I'm gonna make the legs a little bit thicker. The legs are kind of like the biggest part of your body, especially like the thighs. They're like the biggest. They have the biggest bone in your body. So Let's see. All right, now I'm gonna do the arm or this other bottom part of the arm. Let's see. Hit P. And I'm gonna go with 15 on the bottom of this arm as well. I'm gonna actually bring this up right here. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Let me, and I know I'm doing this like a few times, but you wanna get the line right, right? You want it to be as smooth as possible because you can always go back and, change it. But if it's all wiggly and stuff like that, it kind of messes up the overall piece. You want this to be as smooth as possible, and since you're working in a digital media that lets you manipulate the outlines, there's not too much excuse for your lines to be all, jagged and stuff unless you want them to be. So, it's kind of like attention to detail, just having pride in your artwork. And then I'm going to use a smaller brush for these hands just for the fact that, they're they're more a loss for words. They're more intricate parts of the body, for lack of better word. Fingers are a lot smaller than a bicep or something like that. So you have to use, smaller brushes. Even like when I'm drawing this right here, like if I get too big in these fingers, then it'll just throw it off. So, you know, keep the fingers kind of thin. But yeah, you can kind of see where everything's coming together. I'll probably put like some more hatches under this chin right here. I don't like how it's doing that. Hold on. I'm gonna get a thinner brush and then do some of these hatches under the chin. I feel like that'll be yeah. So it's kind of getting like this comic-y kind of feel to it. Trying to see what else I want to do. I did kind of forget about the chain and stuff like that. So, but it's not the most important thing. So let me, as long as I have like a kind of round, I don't like how that looks. As long as I have like this kind of round, almost cylindrical shape, you know, you'll know that there's handcuffs on him. He's got a prison jumpsuit. You don't have to be too intricate about it. It's crazy that I'm just now finding out that I don't know how to draw handcuffs of all things, but that's another thing about just drawing. It kind of forces you to know your strengths and your weaknesses, especially when you're drawing new things that you've never drawn before. You're like, oh, I didn't know how to draw that. So it's always fun. It's a process, but you kind of have to trust the process. Don't shy away from anything new. It'll only make you better as an artist. Or that's not even just art. You just have to try new things. No, don't be afraid to try anything new. Leads to new experiences. You'll learn a lot of new things. So I know I'm just like drawing two fictional vigilantes fighting, but and trying to give like philosophical life advice or whatever. But you know, yeah. So now I'm just kind of dialing in this hand. It looks a little off to me, but I kind of like it at the same time. I'll probably make those lines a little bit thicker, but yeah, let me see. I'm gonna draw these little bones where the legs connect and all that. And then I don't think I'm gonna actually draw the stripes. I think I'll like do the actual like coloring part first, and then I'm going to like just color those on there. I don't have to like draw them right now. So I'm gonna do his pipe, and then I'm gonna go on to Daredevil. So right now you can see how Cody's getting like the outline and how my style is coming in, and I really like it. I really Now the pipe I also want to have a thick outline on just because this is where the impact is coming in. Uh I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. There's like so much I could do with this, but let me go with the inside first. I feel like that's the. Let me try something right quick. I wanna, because if I go straight here and then outward, I'm just trying to. Mm, that definitely gives it like some shape, but let's keep this simple. So I probably should have drawn this a little bit better in like the early stages, but I think I can work with this. So I'm gonna make it kind of thick in this mid portion and then thin back out. Oh, this is hard because I gotta like really keep my brush straight on this one. Let's. I think that works. So what I'm basically doing is like making like one really quick kind of range of motion because the slower you go with it, the harder it'll be to keep your brush straight. So, and I kind of like that. Let's see. I don't like how it's like kind of disconnecting right there. So I'm gonna click that, bring it in. And like I said, you can just manipulate whatever you draw on here with this software. So if you've never experimented with digital art and you're an artist, I would definitely say it's really fun to get into. So let's see. I'm gonna go with a smaller brush on this part and just kind of connect these. All right, and then I'm gonna hit my vector eraser just to like get some of these thinner parts that aren't completely connected. But yeah, yeah. So he's got his little PVC pipe. He's bringing it down, and then right, it's kind of big in the middle. I like that, and I can add all kind of effects and stuff to it later. But for right now, Cody's done. The outline for Cody is done. I know like the chin isn't quite connected, but I think I'll leave it like that. It might make it cooler later. So thank God I put that in the right layer because if I would have had to start that over, I would have been mad. But we're gonna do another vector layer and then we're gonna do Daredevil. So let's see. All right, so I'm gonna go with a size 12 again, and let's see how these eyebrows look on a size 12. Yeah, I think I want a smaller size. Let's go with size 10 for the eyebrows. Yeah. Okay, let's see. And I'm just kind of trying to trace over these areas that I was working with before. I'm gonna do a size 12 for the chin, or not the chin, but that kind of jawline. Same thing with this other side, and just have the line weight fluctuate. All right, I'm gonna go with this ear, bring it in. I'm gonna go with a smaller brush for the horns. I'm gonna do a size 8. I really don't want to go any lower than 8 for like the important features, and I think the horns are definitely an important feature. They're pretty small on him, but he's Daredevil. You got to see the horns. So yeah, let's see. And so I'm gonna bring this head over, and I'm gonna do the other horn. Let's see. Yeah, so I got two horns, and then I'm gonna kind of try to do this little, yeah, do his eyes. Like I said, this is the fun part. This is one of the less stressful parts. You're just kind of cleaning up things, locking in the shapes and everything. So let me fix up this grin a little bit. Something about it just seems out of character. I like that a bit better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like a cocky kind of Nike swoosh grin. It fits Matt. It really does fit Matt. So, all right, and then let's hit P. And then I'm gonna try a size 15 for like this neck portion. Go back down for this kind of connecting part of the neck. And again, I don't know. I'm not the greatest with anatomy, so if I'm mispronouncing something, give me some leeway. And then just gonna draw this fist. I want to make the fist just a little bit smaller in certain areas. The perspective of the fist is a little off too, but since I'm not using a reference, it's kind of hard to envision where it's supposed to be. But yeah, all right. So I got the fist locked in, and I want the cane to also be kind of like Cody's pipe to where it's thicker, especially in the middle, because that's where that kind of energy is being transferred from character to character. So let's see. I'm gonna I'm gonna try a size 20 brush. Don't like how that came out. All right. Yeah, and this is like I said, this is like one of the hardest parts is just keeping your brush straight. I know there's like a stabilization thing, and I can always come back and tweak it later. I think that's straight though. I think that's straight. It's not the most, like straight thing, but we'll let it work for right now. And then I'll get this end of the cane, and then I'll just kind of round it out at the end and hit my erase tool and then just get these little end pieces, right? Let me see if I can get that part too. Yeah, 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 yeah. So I gotta straighten it out a little bit, but also gotta bring in this area. Like I said, just that's one benefit of like digital art. You just get to move around the marks you make. Whereas if you had like a pen and ink drawing, and I'm really good at pen and ink drawings, but once you put that mark down, it's there like forever. There are like certain tools you can use to erase pen, but it's not the same. All right, so let's get this chest area. Kind of gonna just use a thicker brush for all of these areas. All right, and then I'm gonna overlap any of Cody's parts because that's the only way, because they're in different layers. So that's the only way the computer can really tell, like, hey, this is supposed to connect here, if that makes any sense. And I'm gonna use a size 20 for this outline that's kind of on the outside. Let's go 17 for this side. Get this shoulder, this area where the chest connects. I really like this kind of dynamic superhero pose he's got going on. I really nailed that. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I think I was cooking. Chat, am I cooking? I love asking chat stuff. There's like one benefit to like streaming stuff. You just get to ask the chat stupid stuff. I really like drawing on stream because it's one, it like lets me know what I'm doing. It kind of gives me intention to what I'm doing. But, it's also just kind of like it's just fun. And thanks to again to anybody that's like showed up and even if you're like just, playing this in the background, just trying to get the view count up, either way, I really appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna do this belt. And then whatever this little holster is on the other end, And I didn't use too much. I used some references for this for like Daredevil and Cody, but I'm mostly just doing my own thing for them. Like you really want to make the characters yours. Now, clearly these aren't mine. I don't want to get sued by Disney or Capcom or anything, but you want to try to own your drawing. It may not be your characters, but they are your drawing. So, all right, and then just kind of bringing in the fist, and I'm gonna make like this little line because Daredevil does have gloves. All right, all right, all right. So I'm gonna finish up like some of these kind of muscle areas, for lack of a better word. Just kind of, I should probably use a smaller brush. Let me use a smaller brush for these. And I also want to do like the little Daredevil logo. I'll probably do that in a separate layer. All right, I think that's looking good. I think that's looking good. So yeah, this looks sick. This looks really sick. I'm glad I'm doing this today. I think once I do like some more effects, that'll really set it off. But for right now, I think it's looking nice. There's a few parts I'm missing though. So like this kind of part where the nose connects the mask. There we go. So there's that. Let me bring his chin up right here. And then I forgot some of the chain. I'm gonna put a singular like just D shape on this chest. Yeah. I don't wanna I feel like the 2Ds looks kind of stupid. I don't know. I don't I've never really liked the little 2Ds. Um Now this kind of does like look Danny Phantom as. What if I actually, because I was kind of thinking of this too. What if I put like a smaller, just D? Let me put it a little bit higher. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'll leave it right there. Let me see. Let me do one more thing. Uh, Let me just duplicate the layer right quick and see how it will look if I move both of these. Jeez. A lot of, like I said, a lot of trial and error just goes into making this stuff, but all right, I don't like that. I'd rather him just look like Danny Phantom. All right, so now we have our outlines. We have our outlines, and we have our characters. They look like the characters. Um, One other thing, because I'm just now noticing like the little hatch lines on Cody. I didn't do any for Daredevil, so let's add a few of those, and I'll mostly add them to Daredevil. Like I don't like that, but yeah, I'll mostly add them like I usually add them like in the shadowy kind of areas where I know there's gonna be like shadows and stuff, or maybe like where the muscles kind of are. I don't know why exactly I put them there. I just feel like it fits those areas. Sometimes you just do stuff and don't know why you do it, okay? There's intention behind it. I just don't know what the intention was. Yeah, and I feel like this gives it that kind of what like maybe like 60s to those early comic book vibes. All right, so And I'm just kind of adding them, even though I didn't have like a line here, I just kind of know this is where some muscle would be. So, boom, that's yeah, that's some more to Cody. And then there's one other thing I got to do to Cody actually, outside of just a few extra lines. I forgot to actually, draw out his chains and stuff. So, like I said, they're just chains. I didn't even finish off the. I'm slipping, dog. I'm like, did I put these in the same layer? Oh my goodness, I put them in the same layer. Uh, okay, actually, no, that's not that bad. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring this tool around, Control X to cut, and then I'm gonna Control V it in the right layer. There we go. So now it's all in the right. Okay, I'm gonna merge these layers, and now they should all be in the right layer. Uh, okay, so now, and crap. I'm gonna make sure to select anything that's not Cody. Control X to. Okay, okay. Let's try this. Oh my gosh, I can definitely do this, but I'm trying to. Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm gonna duplicate this layer. I'm gonna try my best to select anything that's not Cody or his weapon, and then I'm gonna Control X. Uh, crap. And then okay, I'm gonna Control V that. What did I just do? Let me see something. I didn't kind of okay. I'm gonna merge these layers and hope I did right. I did not. Okay, I know what I did. I gotta merge it with the Daredevil layer. Okay, now for the most part, I have it. And see, this is why you want to make sure you have your layers under control because they could set you back and then it can make you lost. All right, so the only thing now is that I kind of messed up how the poll works. I don't think it's that big of an issue right now, though. So I'll just let it rock how it is. And if I need to fix it later, I will. So now, now I can color. No, no, I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't. I, I have to. Let me see which layers. Okay, so I'm gonna do his other handcuff. I'm almost done with him though, but I'm gonna do his other handcuff. Mm, I'll let that rock for right now. I can fix it later. But like I said, the chains don't. They aren't the most important thing, so you don't want to put too much time into like the less, important things. But I'm just kind of gonna draw these um like chain links. I should probably use a smaller brush. Let's see. And I'm just gonna go down. And these are something I could fix up later. I hate drawing chain links. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is gonna be not that fun. So bear with me because they're so like tedious. Me hand drawing them is gonna make them look interesting, but dog, this is like not fun. This is probably like the most not fun part that I've done all day. And again, they don't have to be perfect. They're not the most important thing in the piece, but geez. Let's see. And I'm just trying to make them look s- for the most part alike. And I know they're like overlapping. That's something I can change as I go along though. And you want to at least how I'm doing it, you want to keep them kind of ovular, ovular. You want to have them oval shaped, you know. Dang, I don't like that. Oh, this is a pain. Okay, let me skip. Let me go to this side. Let me go to this side. That might help. Again, this would definitely be a benefit to doing like custom brushes. The only thing about that is I feel like that would be a little bit less convincing if they came from a custom brush. Let me lower this size again, bro. This is why did I do this to myself? I could have easily drawn him without the chains, but then that would be lame. Yeah, you want to try to go all out. Anytime you draw something, like just draw it to the best of your abilities. And you'll always get better, you know. I feel like this is a lot better than a lot of things I made, but there's definitely a lot of things that I've made that are way better than this. Um, but as long as you're improving, as long as you're learning something and getting better at something, I think that's all that really matters. These are some interesting looking chains, but let's see. And I just want to have some dimension to them. I think I drew this one way too big. I think that's what was giving me an issue. Let me delete that one. And then I'm going to draw like two more chain links on here. And then that should be all for the chain. Why does this one look so big? Like, am I tripping? Okay. So. That looks good. All right, and then I'm gonna draw like one more link in here. And I know, like I said, a lot of this is like overlap. See, that looks good. Look how amazing that looks, though. That was like so worth it. It was a pain, but it was so worth it. Okay, so now I got these two, and honestly, even if I were to take that away and just have like the line art, that's a pretty sick drawing. But you know, color we have to color this. So uh how am I gonna do it? Okay, so I feel like Daredevil I feel like he should be red. I know originally he had like a yellow uniform, and I might leave some yellow on certain parts of this, but I want him to be red. So we're gonna do a red Daredevil, and I feel like a crimson color will be really cool for him. So, and I'm also gonna put both of these or all this like line art in to one folder, and I'm gonna just title it line art. Now, before I start coloring, actually, let me see how long this stream's been going. 2 hours, dog. 2 hour stream. And I had 16 viewers. So I've already got more views on this stream than I did the last one. So hey, thank y'all for tuning in. Anybody that's, new that hasn't gotten the explanation, this is Cody from Street Fighter versus Daredevil from Marvel. So a battle of vigilantes, if you will. All right, so I'm gonna go with a crimson color for Daredevil. Let's see. Give me a sec. So I could I could make or just kind of try to guess a crimson color, but one thing I like to do is like I like to look up color hexes for different characters, so that way crimson will be more of an exact thing. It's not just something I was like, oh, this looks like a crimson color. I can actually pull up what most people consider to be a crimson color. So I'm gonna type in crimson red on my tablet. And once I like look at what the color hex is, then I can put it in here. So some of y'all might be wondering what a color hex is. So I don't think it'll show it on the computer when I do it. But if I go to like the color wheel or whatever, and I like double tap my my current color, there's this option that says hex, and it's like this little code, and any color on this color wheel will have some code about it. And let's see, the first one I looked up, oh, I like this one, crimson red. It says like B22222 or whatever. It's B with a bunch of twos on it. So yeah, yeah. All right. So I like that. Yeah, this looks like crimson red to me. And I also like the code. So I'm gonna use that. And I'm gonna set this folder as the reference layer. Matter of fact, before I do that, let me control J this to copy the line art just so because I want to like clean these up. And I'm gonna merge these layers and then I'm gonna just get some of these overlapping parts and erase them. So yeah, because that'll make the coloring that much easier. This is like the serious part to where you start honing in on, the actual overall piece. So his pipe's gonna be in the front. Why isn't some of this erasing? Okay, cool, cool, cool. So what just happened here? Hold on, what? Why is this like disjointed right here? Am I tripping? I'll leave it there for right now. Nobody's gonna know besides me, and it's gonna bother me, but and anybody watching, but everybody else won't know. That's interesting that it cut all that out, but all right, so yeah, we're just gonna, and again, I'm using my vector erase brush. It's different from the actual eraser, and that's a long like explanation to go into why it's different, but just know that it'll help me to fix those overlapping parts easier. So, and I'm just gonna do it for Daredevil for right now, just so I can color him. But we're gonna start off, like I said, with this crimson red, and I'm just gonna do a normal layer under it and just set this as brain not work. I'm just gonna color it. How about that? Now, one thing that I probably should have done with all these little uh kind of shadowy lines is actually just put them in their own separate layer. That would have made it a lot easier to color, but you know, you make mistakes. All right, all right, all right. No, I do like that crimson red, so we're gonna roll with that, and we're just gonna fill in all these parts, and that's another good thing about digital art is just filling it in. Is so easy to do, and he's like such a superhero in this. Like this is very retro kind of superhero style. Let's see. So I'm gonna make that bigger and just like fill in this with a different brush. All right, and just kind of get in these like tighter areas with certain spots missing. I feel like there's a more efficient way to do this, but I'm gonna fill in his eye with red too, because that's kind of how it is in the live action. And again, he doesn't need to see. See, that looks cool. I like that. Now, I do want to have some yellow elements into this to reference his original fit. Let me see. Let me see how some yellow will look in all this. So let's see how I want to do this. We've got a red. Yellow would probably be. I'm just gonna move this over. It's 81 on the red. Let's try 96. I did that so wrong. Okay. Oh, okay. It's actually zero. If you have zero on the color wheel, it's gonna be red, by the way. So let's go to like 30, maybe 45, 50. I don't want it to be like a greenish color. Let's have it a little bit closer to the red, actually. So let's go for 50 on this color wheel and see how that yellow looks. I'll probably change it as I go along. I'm going to do a new layer. One thing that I don't want to be yellow though is this cane. I feel like that'll look way too goofy. But mm, it's giving ketchup and mustard. And I don't know how I feel about it. Matter of fact, I know exactly how I feel about that. Don't want all of this to be yellow. Or maybe, let me try just for craps and giggles. Let me try a brighter yellow. Let's go 81 and 70 or 100. No. Let's see how this looks. I do like that better. I do like that better. How do y'all feel about the yellow on this piece? I feel, let's see. Ah, we're experimenting. We're experimenting right now. I think I want his cane to be like metal, but I also kind of want it to be red. It definitely shouldn't be a crimson cane though. Let's see. I'm gonna try to start the cane right quick. I'll come back to like the yellow part. I kind of like that yellow though. On the low, I kind of like the yellow. It might be doing a bit much, but I kind of like it. All right, let's move on. Let's go to the cane. So I want the cane to have like a metallic kind of look. So mm, okay. I'm gonna do a new layer. I'm gonna get this same crimson red. Let's see, it's at 8170 right now. So I'm gonna darken it. I'm gonna go 81 and maybe or about 80 and 35 or so. Let's just see how that looks right quick. Let me actually go 80, 25. All right, I wanted to have like a dark undertone to it. All right, so it's dark right there. And I want it to be like kind of brighter at the top. So, there's a few ways I could do this. And I'm trying to figure out which of those ways I want to do this. Okay, so mm, let me just pick a brighter red color. Maybe like 20, 20, 100. All right, and I'm gonna clip it to the layer below just so just so it doesn't like go outside the line. So I'm trying to think where the light would hit. It would definitely hit the back of the cane. So let's just try to like oof. Oh, I just realized I put the color for the cane in the same layer as the uh the yellow gloves and stuff. So let me put that in a separate layer. All right, now I can clip the other color without messing anything up. So all right, so let me do that. And then I'm just trying to get this cane to look metallic. It's very hard. It's very hard to do that. Ah, this is gonna be a problem. Okay, so not sure how I feel about that right now. Let's try a blending mode. Let's try lighten. That didn't do anything. That literally did nothing. Um, soft light. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. Yeah, let's roll with that for right now, and then I can like tweak that as I go. And let me actually try to brighten that a little bit more. Let's see. I'm just gonna fill that in. No, that didn't do what I wanted it to. Okay, Control D. I think I'll just crap. I'm trying to like figure out what I'm doing with this. But I think the soft light definitely helps. I think it also just look better once I have like the other lighting effects and stuff like that. So I think I'll just yeah, I think I'll just have that top portion have like that kind of highlighted color to it, and then I'll just kind of clean it up as I go. So let me zoom in a little bit and just clean up. I think my voice might have cut out, but yeah, let me clean out that edge or clean up that edge. And then we have like a highlight on the cane. And it's not necessarily metallic right now, but it does have like a shine to it. And let me see. There's one other thing I'm gonna try to do with this cane right quick to make it metallic. So oof. Dang, how do I want to do this? There's a much easier. Let me see some. Okay, so I'm going to just erase these little parts where they don't where they go past the cane, like the outline of the cane, because that'll make it a lot easier to do the next part I'm about to do. So, now that I've done that, I'm gonna go over this darker part of the cane, and I'm gonna make a darker red, and I'm hoping that that'll give me like this kind of metallic look. If not, I'll worry about it later. But yeah, let's see. Okay, so let me, and this time I'm gonna actually just get this selection tool and I'll just fill it in. Not fill it in, but just kind of, draw within it just so I don't I can't think. Yeah, just so I don't like go outside the lines. I don't think that's working. I think I should have like another like light color under the cane if that makes sense. So let me see. I'm gonna click that layer, yeah, the lighter layer, and then I'm gonna just put a little bit of light underneath. So let me use that selection tool again, and I'm just gonna, dang, am I doing this right? All right, I'm gonna select this color, and then I'm gonna try to, something's not right. Hold up. It's not working. Oh, wait, I know why. um let me set this to normal right quick. All right, I'm gonna select that, Control Z, and I'm glad I did that because there's like this lighter part that I didn't notice that I gotta erase right here. All right, so I done that. Now, okay, okay, so I'm gonna go back and select this area, and now that I have the right color, I'm just gonna go under it and kind of give like this other under highlight to it. I don't know if that helps either. Kind of. Honestly, I don't want it to be that metallic anyway. I think it's fine how it is. I think I'll add like a little bit of that same color though to the oh, that's the eraser tool. A little bit of that same color to this part of it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me even make it connect right here. Almost like a little donut thing. All right. There we go. So, mm, I don't know how. Actually, I know. I know. Let me erase that a little bit, just so it's a little bit thinner. I think that might be a little bit better. Yeah, yeah. Let me bring this in a bit. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Let me go back. I kind of like it. I kind of like it right here, though. I think that's straight. I think that's straight. And plus, if I need to fix that up, I can go back later. So, the last order of business, besides cleaning up this little patch extruding right here from his costume, and I'm gonna erase. Did I pick the right one? No, I did not. All right, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me go and erase this right here and just kind of fill in this little patch. And yeah, yeah, yeah. So I like the crimson red. I'm iffy about the yellow, but I feel like it's working. So now the only other thing to do for real, is the skin. And I'm gonna probably just use the same like red color and just have it like this pinkish color. If you read any old school comic, they're just using the same red to do the skin. It's just that there is like separate dots. You know, it'd be crazy. Let's experiment right quick. Ah, do I want to do that? Because I could do like a dot pattern and just have it look like skin. I'm curious as to how that would look. Let's just play around with that right quick. If it looks hot, if it looks hot, I'm gonna actually do that for the skin, which won't make any sense for the simple fact that like it'll give like an old comic effect. I know this looks weird, but bear with me. All right, so if I did that and Command D, and then I put another layer on top, clip it to this layer, and then if I do that crimson red, this might look really stupid, but I didn't do what I wanted it to, like at all. Or actually, hold up, hold up, hold up. If I, it's times like these where I think I don't know what I'm doing. I think I do though. So let me do another blending layer or whatever, and I'm gonna do. Let's try overlay. All right, you know what? That's not doing what I'm doing or wanting it to do, and it probably won't work anyway. So I'm just gonna actually fill in this skin with an actual skin tone. So I'm gonna go with that pink color. I'm gonna make it a little bit lighter. It looks a little too pink. That's about right. Uh, I think that's fine for right now. And then the last, I gotta label some of these layers, but the last order of business, for right now at least, before I like go in and clean stuff up, is to just fill in his teeth with like a white color. All right, so right there we have Daredevil. He looks pretty cool. He looks pretty cool. Chad, how we feeling about Daredevil? All right, so now I'm gonna have to go back. Not really go back, but I'm gonna have to color in Cody. So let me take a quick breather. Let me take another sip of coffee. And after I finish coloring in Cody, I'll break for like a quick lunch, and then I'll come back and try to do like the background. I'm gonna try to keep this stream going till at least a solid 4 hours, but hopefully, because the last one was like 6 hours almost. I want to at least get like 6 hours. If we could go to like 9, that'd be sick. So let's make this kind of choppy, for lack of a better word. I'm gonna put all of Daredevil's colors into this one layer and call it just DD, I guess. I'll just do DD. And I'll start coloring in Cody. Oh, this is gonna be difficult. There's a lot. Uh, okay, so first off, I'm gonna steal the skin from Daredevil, and I'm gonna color Cody with it. That'll make that's how a lot of comics go anyway. If you could reuse colors, it'll save you so much time. Like, don't be afraid to reuse colors. So I'm just gonna pick out all these spots that I want to color this like tan color or this kind of pink color. Fill that in, hit the P for like my paintbrush, and let me fill in these ears. I forgot to fill in the ears, but yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so now we got that, and I'm gonna also just recycle that yellow. It's not gonna be as bright. I feel like Cody would have more like a dirty blonde kind of color to his hair, maybe almost slightly brownish. So let's darken his yellow hair. I want it to be like the same yellow color, but I want to darken it a bit. So let's try a 75 100 yellow. I don't even know if that's what I should actually be calling these colors, but let's see. I'm just gonna fill in. I should probably erase some of these black lines, but I like that. I like that kind of. Yeah, yeah, that fits. That fits. That fits. I think I like that. I might make it just ever so brighter, but I like that. All right, so we're gonna roll with that yellow. And I wanna say Cody has blue eyes. Let me actually pull up a reference and make sure. But I wanna say he's got blue eyes. Just give me give me 1 second. But yeah, you also if he does have blue eyes, that would be very convenient for me because then I can use that same blue color for like the jumpsuit and everything. Uh, Google is not being my friend right now. Yeah, yeah, he's definitely got blue eyes. So I kind of want to juxtapose this crimson red with a blue. So let's try something. I did this in my last video or my last live stream. But this is a little trick that I like to do. And I'm gonna go Control I. And this is basically the opposite color of that crimson red. So I'm gonna actually click that. And I like to have like complementary colors when I'm having like characters fight or something like that. Because if there's like opposite color, it kind of gives them like this opposite side kind of effect. I like it. So I don't want him to have these baby blue eyes. Before I proceed, let me actually see one other thing. Because I want to see what the opposite of this yellow I gave Daredevil is. I should have named these layers. I'm really okay. So yeah, let me name this. I'm gonna just put Y for yellow, and I'm gonna Control I this layer too. Oh, that's pretty tough. I like that. I like that better than the baby blue color. Because there's nothing baby about Cody. And I feel like this is closer to Cody's blue in the games and stuff anyway. I might just have to tone it down ever so slightly, but yeah, that's it. All right, so this is gonna be the blue that I'm going with. If I change Daredevil's yellow, then I might also change Cody's blue. But for right now, that's what I'm rocking with. So see how I want to do this. How do I want to do this? Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna fill in. Bear with me. Um, let me actually to make this easier on myself. I'm gonna just so I can get this blue later. I'm gonna put it right here, and that way I can eyedropper it later. And I'm gonna change this to a lighter blue because I can make his shirt white, but it's usually better that you don't do like a complete white or complete black color when you're drawing something because that makes it less interesting. All right, so I'm gonna just go above his skin and like the layer for his skin, and I'm just gonna fill in this jumpsuit with this pseudo white color I've got. All right, and that was the easy part. So now I'm gonna lower the transparency so I can see where the little stripes are supposed to be, and then I'm just gonna start filling in with that other blue color I had. So I left it up here for a reason. I'm gonna eyedropper, and then let's see. Let me see, because I might be able to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna use first off. Let me select this undershirt color again and just fill in a few of these areas that I didn't quite lock in. Yeah, right here too. There's a few. There's a few. Um, Dang, my neck hurt. All right, so now that I filled those in, I'm gonna leave it selected, and then I'm gonna go and pick this blue out, go to my marker tool, and I'm just gonna start filling in the rest of his outfit with like that blue color. It might be very bright, but so is Daredevil's kind of colors, so I think this actually works. I think this actually matter of fact, hold on, before I do that, let me do a vector layer so that way if I wanted to, fix up the lines, if I didn't think the lines were that great, I why did it go outside of that line? Am I tripping? Oh wait, please don't. Wait, no, what? Why did it do that? Oh, because I didn't start it in the okay, that's interesting. No, wait, it's legit going over the why is this happening to me? Okay, I'm gonna actually put this under the skin layer, I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. Just so that it doesn't. Oh my gosh, technical difficulties. If I can't get it to work like I want to, there's something else I could do. There's a few other things I could do actually. Okay, let me try to do this in another just raster layer. Okay, see now it's doing it. You know what? I'm gonna let it rock. This is something I can easily fix later on. So I'm gonna put a little bit of blue over this shoulder, a little bit of blue over the top of this shoulder. I'm just looking at like a alpha reference. Matter of fact, I might have messed. No, no, I didn't. Yeah, all right, all right, all right. So I'm gonna do the blue like this. It was kind of different than like the references I was looking at, and I want to keep it to the references for the most part, but it's also still my drawing, so I really don't have to. But yeah, this is really starting to look like Cody now. And then I'm gonna give him a stripe under the chest a little bit. And you just kind of want these to like wrap around. You want them to contour to the body, and you also want to keep in mind where they are. You don't want to have like a straight line across that just wouldn't look right, you know? You just kind of want that's not how clothes work. You just want them to kind of contour around the muscles, the skin, the outfit in general. Let's see. So, yeah, I'm gonna get this bottom part, just put a stripe around there, stripe right here. And I'm gonna put one more in like this middle part. It's looking a little off right here. Matter of fact, let me put it like right there and then put one like right here. Yeah, just have that kind of wrap around a little bit. Put one right here. And this is deviating from the reference a little bit. But you see how I'm kind of like making this more diagonal as the leg like extends and stuff. So let's see. Yeah, this is starting to come together though. This is looking pretty nice. I'm gonna put one right there, one right here. And that looks nice. Like that looks I really like that. I really like that. And I'm gonna use the same blue for his eyes. I gotta fill in certain parts of his face, but yeah, for like the eye right here. Did I put the Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh, thank God. Thank God they're in a different layer. I was gonna be upset. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna use the same blue color for his eyes. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use a actual white layer for his like pupils against my better judgment. I could always fix it later. So I'm gonna select I'm actually mm, yeah, I'm just gonna make white. I'm just gonna make a white color. Fill in the teeth. This is his own layer, right? Um, and then yeah. Let me fill in behind his like eyes so you can see like the whites of his eyes. And there's a couple other things I need to do before I move on. Um, I kind of have to clean up the like prison suit on him anyway, but outside of that, I have to like fill in certain parts of the skin. Okay, so I got that skin color selected, and I'm on the layer with it, and I'm just gonna, feel that it's above the eyes. That's great. Oh wait, am I in the same layer? What? Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna fill that in. This looks nice though. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. This looks nice. Let me move this blue color. I don't need it anymore, and it's in the wrong layer anyway. All right, and there's a crap. Okay, so I'm gonna fill in these hands so that they match the skin tone. Or actually, before I do that, let me actually erase some of this line work right here. Yeah, so I'm going to choose my vector eraser and just kind of clean up these lines. The fingers should be, over the little pole thing, and there also shouldn't be that line from his leg. Whoops. You see that? I don't even know if that's connected actually. Let's see how this is looking. I mean, there we go. I think that looks fine. Yeah, that's convincing enough. Actually, that let me erase that. Oh crap. I don't even know what that was there for. I just know it's something that I need to erase. Yeah, I'm just gonna erase all these like overlaps and stuff. Okay. And for the most part, that's cleaned up. Let me hit P so I can get my brush. And I'm just gonna fill in this little area right here. Let me see what else I gotta clean up. This right here, I can bring that in. Oh crap, 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 crap. What did I do? Okay, so I can bring that in a little bit. Oh my gosh. Bear with me for a second. Okay, so I got that right there. Why? Let me see if I can just erase that. That would make it so much easier on me. I kinda fixed it. I think that works. Let me do it again. And I'm really just nitpicking right now, but like, you know what? It'll be all right. I can easily go back and fix that later on, but if it's really bothering me that much. So I'm just gonna erase this last overlap right here, if it'll let me. And actually there's one more. I'm gonna delete that. Yep, yep. All right, so now I'm just gonna select the skin again and just fill in these hands. The blue is over the skin. I'm gonna have to erase that, but I'm gonna do the same thing for this other hand. All right, I'm gonna hit Command D. And the other thing that I want to do right now, first off, at some point I'm gonna have to go back and draw that knife. I mean, do I need the knife though? Like, do I need the knife? I kind of like that pose he's got going without the knife. If I feel like it by the end of this, I'll put the knife. It's gonna bother me that I don't have the knife though, but I doubt anybody cares. Let's see. So I'm gonna go back to this layer and erase this blue. Oh crap. Yeah, I just want to erase it so that you can't see the skin. I'm gonna have to go back and fill the skin in right here, but yeah, that's looking decent. That's looking really, really decent. So all right, now I'm gonna have to go back and erase some of these lines up top. And the last thing I'm gonna my bad, I chose the wrong erase. The last thing I'm gonna do outside of just fixing up some of these lines is just filling in these like metallic parts with gray. And that's going to be a pain because I have to like erase all these overlaps on the chains. So, just bear with me on that. This is this is the part of art they don't show you. The really tedious like parts of the drawings. I'm really glad I did these chains like that though, even though it's like a huge pain. Let's see. Crap. Crap. I'm trying to see where I want these to end. So I definitely want that to be cut off right there. Yeah, yeah. And then if I can, yeah, there we go. So you also want to be careful with these vector lines that you don't like you have to know where the overlap like starts and ends, or else it'll be really hard to like fix up your piece. So yeah, I'm just erasing some of these overlapping areas. And these are very small details that, people might not notice, but I'm gonna know. And that's not all that matters, but it's a big part of what matters. And I feel like if you, as an artist, like make so few mistakes that you don't even notice them, like if you reduce the mistakes to the point where you don't, you know, see anything really wrong with your piece, then that'll make it a lot harder for the average viewer to know anything that's wrong with it. Because if even you don't see your mistakes, how are they going to see it? Because at the end of the day, we are our own biggest critics, and we will see every mistake. So if we can limit those as much as possible, I think we've got a good piece to work with. But all right, so I'm gonna make this same kind of. I don't want like a straight gray color for the same reason I don't want a straight white color or a straight black color. So I'm gonna get that same bluish tint and just make it kind of gray. So let's try just 20. Nah, maybe not 20. Let's try like maybe 15 and like 15 and 60. Somewhere along those lines. It ain't gotta be perfect. I'm really telling that to myself because I'll be sitting here all day. But yeah, let's try to make these chains. And these chains also have to be like a metallic color. So all right. And yeah, like I said, after I'm finished coloring Cody, I'm gonna take a brief lunch and come back and just do the background and everything. So bear with me. We're gonna take a brief intermission in a bit. Then you can go take a break, pee, get some food, whatever you got to do, and then we will continue. The stream after a few minutes. Let's see. So I got this grayish color. I wanted to be a little bit more blue though. So let's go probably like 30. I kind of like how dark it is. So let's go like 30, 50-ish. All right. So I'm going to fill in these chains. Let me transparency lock it. I like the bluish color to that, but I want it to be a little bit brighter. So let's try 30, 60-ish. Like that a little bit better. Let's make it just ever so brighter. 64-ish. Yeah, I think that's decent. Matter of fact, I kind of like it a little bit darker. Yeah, let's go with that. All right, so in the last order of business before I take a break, I guess, I'll make the little PVC pipe or whatever the same color. D, and let's go up a layer. And I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Daredevil to brighten these chains. I'm gonna make a layer above and go to, I think I was on lighten. No, I was on like color. No, I was on overlay. I believe. So let's go with this. And yeah. I like that. We're just gonna add a few highlights along the pipe. Just give me just a sec. Eh, yeah, yeah. For the most part, let's see. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, yeah. And let me do the same thing with like the chains. Give me a sec. I'm trying to hmm. I don't know if they work as well on the chains, but I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of add them along certain parts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's working. And we're not looking for perfection, but you want to give it your all. You want to make a really nice piece. You want to do better than you usually do, if that makes sense. And I gotta clean up that kind of blue part right there. I'm gonna put these on like the tops of the chains, and then yeah, 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 yeah. All right, so let me erase. Actually, I don't even think I need to erase. I think because do I? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me just put this up here. Just fill in this gray area a little bit and erase. Let me erase over here too. Okay, and then there's like one other area up here that I need to erase. And there's probably other cleanups throughout the piece that I'm gonna have to like look for. But for right now, I think that is looking amazing. Okay, so I'll probably fix up I don't know, I might leave it like that. But I think I think they're looking great. I think they're looking really great. I think Daredevil is looking like Daredevil. Cody is looking like Cody. I think the colors are working. I think once I put like the shadows and everything in it, I think that'll be even better. I'll probably do that when I come back though. So let's see. It is almost 5:40. I think I'm gonna take a brief intermission, maybe like 20 minutes. I'm gonna get something to eat right quick, and then we'll start the stream back at like 6. So let me put my little is this it? Is this it? Let me see if this is it. I think this is it. Yeah. Out to lunch. Let me shrink it a bit if I can, so I don't want it to be too preposterous. I don't think that's the word I should have used, but yeah, I don't want it to be like all over the art. Yeah. I want you to still be able to see the art. So, because last time I covered the art, I forgot about it, and then I didn't come back. Or no, I came back, but I forgot to take the little out to lunch sign down. So, see where I'll put this. All right, so I'll be back in like 20 minutes, probably less than that, but and then we'll pick the stream back up at 6. So, keep the chat up and, let me know what you think so far. Okay, so I'm still eating my lunch, and we'll start the stream back at 6. But yeah, I just wanted to at least like come in and talk for a little bit, just in case like anybody was still like here listening. But I'm eating ramen noodles. A little bit more ASMR or something if y'all wanted that in the stream. Warmed it up in the microwave so that it'd be quicker. Last time I was like in and out of the kitchen in like 20 minutes. And then I was able to like start back up the stream. But yeah, for anybody that is there, if y'all are listening, like, let me know how it looks so far. I'm gonna look back and watch this part of the live stream, and I'm gonna just skip over it because I'm like, bro, I really gotta hear myself slurping on these dang noodles. Yeah, I'll try to start it back in about 5 minutes. Let's see, we got 17 views, 2 concurrent viewers. The watch time's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I don't even feel as tired as I was like last time when I came back. I think I did stop a little bit earlier this time though, because it's just now 3 hours. That's about when I stopped though. Maybe a little over 3 hours. I don't remember, but it is like the fastest thing I could have thought to make, besides like grabbing a snack, which I did also grab a snack, but yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the picture, just kind of thinking what to do next. I'll probably just go ahead and start on the background because I think the foreground is already it's already about done with like the basic part of it. Also, I'm going to be putting this on my Patreon, so the people that are subscribed, they could just, view it and, you can download and everything. And, if you're not, you could purchase. You could either subscribe or you can purchase the picture on the shop. And then, it just helps me, you can support me. And realistically, you can just download it regardless if you really wanted to. It wouldn't be too hard. But, if you actually want to, sit there and support an artist, help me out, that'd be great. So yeah, sometime after the stream, I should have that up on the shop, at least by maybe tomorrow or something. Okay, it's almost 6, so I'm gonna get ready to start back on it and just try to finish this up right quick and then get back to it. I really do like how this looks. It's so fun to just like get back in the drawing, just being creative, coming up with ideas. Awesome. All right. All right. I'm gonna leave this right here right quick. I'm gonna do one more thing, and then I'm gonna get back started. Okay. So I'm gonna take this off, and now we're pretty much back in action. Let me close my door right quick. So I just went and got some food right quick. I'm pretty much done eating it, so we're gonna go ahead and continue with what we were doing. Right now, I'm done with the outline of the characters. Well, not the outline, but I'm done coloring the characters for right now. So I gotta go into the background. Okay. Okay, so let me go back to Clip Studio right quick. For anybody new popping in, welcome. It's 6 o'clock. I've been on stream for about 3 hours, a little over 3 hours technically, but yeah, we're drawing Daredevil versus Cody. And if you're not familiar with Cody, he's from technically from Final Fight, but he's a Street Fighter character. So this is kind of like a Marvel versus Capcom, except this has never happened in a Marvel versus Capcom game because neither of these characters have been in one. So we're gonna start the background now, and it's kind of the setting is. Let me see. I'm gonna select it. Uh, my words are all over the place. So the setting is New York, right? And both Daredevil's from New York, and even though Cody isn't from New York, he's from Metro City. Cody has fought near the Statue of Liberty before. So the background is going to be Statue of Liberty oriented. So, and it's going to be like a sunrise type deal. So I'm going to try to mix the red that Daredevil has on and the blue that I gave to Cody. All right, and we're going to do a little bit of color mixing. So I'm going to lower the opacity of that blue to 50%. So it's kind of like a half and half. And yeah, let me select this and this. I'm going to see how this purple looks in the background. And like I was saying earlier, you want to kind of have a limited color with the colors, but at the end of the day, you want something cohesive. So if you can kind of reuse the same colors, that'll really help out the piece. Now, I kind of like the start to this background color, but we'll see how it goes. Let's see. I'm trying to think of how because I had the reference picture up, not on here, but on like my tablet, and there's like I'm trying to see how the sunrise looks. I want it to be accurate to the stage. Okay, so it's kind of like this orangey kind of color. So let me take this yellow and also put it above the background. Let me see. I think, yeah, I had the sun kind of behind Cody. Bear with me because it's rough. I'm just trying to, figure out how I'm gonna position everything. So the sunrise is gonna kind of start over here, right? And then we could do a gradient. Hmm. Yeah. Let's try a gradient right quick. So I did this in my last live stream. I kind of selected these. I already had a gradient, but I'm gonna try to make a new one. So I'm gonna select this yellow color on Daredevil, for like the first part of this gradient. And then I'm going to select, ooh, I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Um, I want an orange color. So I'm gonna do another like color mix. So let me take this yellow and I'm gonna blend it up right here. So I think this, yeah, this will make like an orange color. All right, so now I'm gonna go to this gradient, make that orange right there. Let me go back to it. And then there's a third part. I want that orange to kind of lead into the purple. So what you could do is you can get like this transparency color, I think. And you can yeah, you can make the last part of the gradient transparent. So let's see how that looks. Bear with me for a second. So I'm gonna make a new layer. I gotta make a folder for this too. But yeah, you're gonna want to bring that out. And you can kind of see what I'm going for here. Now, obviously, it's a little weird just for I mean, I kind of like it though, but it's a little weird just because I haven't put the kind of street in front of the background. But for right now, I think I'm gonna let that rock. I'm gonna put something in front of it, but for right now, I kind of like how those colors are working. So it really like brings out these characters right now. Um, so yeah, let me put these into a folder right quick. Let me grab my phone to make sure ain't nobody in the chat. But okay, so let's see. I'm gonna try to get another maybe gray color for the kind of ground behind them. Let's see how I want to do this. So I'm gonna actually get this purple and then make it like a gray from this purple because I want the background to be different from these two characters in terms of color. I want them to like stand out from the background. These are all things you gotta, think about when you're making like different art pieces and stuff. But let's see. I'm gonna make a new layer and probably a new folder, and I'm gonna just let me get a vector layer, and then I'm gonna go and get my pen tool, and then I'm just gonna whip this on around. I like the curve to that, but let me see. Like I said earlier, it's really about keeping your pen straight, just making a nice, confident brush stroke. And I kind of want to turn this a little bit because I wanted to go from one end of the page to the other, and it kind of stops before it gets to the other end. So, yeah, I like that curve. Yeah, I like that curve right there. So, we're going to put that right there. And then in the layer below it, I'm going to actually fill it in. All right, so we have some solid ground that they're fighting on. Now we have this purple kind of like color palette that we got going on, and I think this is great for a sunrise. I think this is really great for a sunrise. I'm really liking this piece right now. So yeah, let's continue on. So now I want to do a similar thing, and I want to make this color a little bit darker. So I'm gonna go on that same like 30 right here. If y'all could see that, you probably can't, but and then I'm gonna make it like yeah, like 30, 31. Yeah, that should be fine. I'm gonna go behind this other layer I had, and let me do a vector layers. I know I'm gonna botch this. That's not the spirit. Let me because I might botch this. All right, so I'm gonna get my pen tool, and I'm gonna look at my reference again. So The the actual reference has kind of like these golden, like this kind of almost golden fence. I don't know if I want that, but matter of fact, I don't want that. I'm gonna just darken the fence. Matter of fact, let me actually lower the opacity of Daredevil and Cody. If I can. Okay, so yeah, that's them. I should probably also turn off the line art for, or let me at least lower the opacity of the sketch layers if I can. What is going on here? Yeah, let me lower the opacity on that. All right, now let me try to actually draw like the little fence area. So, yeah, yeah. All right, so let me hit P again. And so there's like these little parts of the oof, oof. There's these little parts of the fence where they're like thicker than the other ones. Let me try a size 30. Yeah, yeah, I think that's good. And they kind of like bring them together. They kind of fit them within the space, if that makes sense. And I'm gonna put this behind the other one. So, all right. Now, with that being said, yeah, let me put it behind. Wait. Oh, no, no. Why? Oh, okay. You know what? No, that's fixable. So, I think yeah, those two are in the wrong layer. So, I'm gonna select these, Control X, and then I'm gonna put this behind and then bring them in the same layer. All right. That's fine. Because I was gonna panic. Let's see. Yeah, this is coming together. I really like it. I should be able to get this done by the end of the live stream. I got like almost 3 hours left that I want to like, contribute to this. I can realistically keep going, but I don't want to. I mean, if y'all tune in, it's tune in. Y'all leave whenever y'all want to. So I'm gonna I'm gonna do my own thing. But yeah, let me continue this railing if I can. I think that's decent. I think that's decent. Let me do another one. I probably thicken up this what did I just do? Let me actually turn this off. Um let's see. Okay. So I'm gonna copy that little part of the railing I just that ain't what I meant to do. Um let me actually select it right quick. Okay, so I got it selected. Let me try this again. All right, all right, all right, all right. So let me move that a little bit, and let me not move that. So I'm gonna make this a little bit brighter or a little bit bigger in terms of like line weight, and I'm gonna bring that up to like 20 something. Let's try 23. Let's see how 23 looks. 23 looks halfway decent. All right, and I might do a little bit more with like the little thicker parts of that fence, but yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'll leave that for right now. And then there's like this kind of texture along the I can't think. There's like this texture along the little bridge part. So I think we'll maybe use this same purple color, or better yet, no, 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 no. I got an idea. So I'm gonna pull out a gray, kind of like a mid gray color, and then I'm trying to see how I want to do this. Mm. This is rough, dog. But yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna put this above this layer. Oh, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna put these layers into a separate folder. Now the layers are starting to get confusing, but that's what I'm gonna do right now. And I'm gonna clip this to the layer below, which is that folder. I'm gonna hit multiply, and hopefully this works how I want it to work. But this should help me to like give a little texture. So I'm gonna, you know, kind of just copy. Um, oh crap, I should have did it. Matter of fact, no, it's not too late. It's not too late. I'm gonna I'm gonna delete this layer if I can. Yeah, let me delete this layer. All right, so now I'm gonna do the same thing I just did, but I'm gonna do a vector layer, so that way it's easier for me to make these shapes, and I don't have to worry about mistakes. So I'm gonna clip to the layer below, hit multiply, and now I'm gonna take that gray color, and it should give me like yeah, like a darker kind of purple. And like I said, I think this color palette is really working. It's very intentional, and you could see a lot of what I was going for here. But I'm trying to see how I want to do this. Do I want to like freehand all this texture, or I kind of do actually. Yeah, let me have it like kind of extend. Yeah, and have like this kind of cool perspective going. And some of this you won't even see in the actual picture because it's like behind so like the characters, but I think it's still cool just to like just to do it, you know? So how do I want to do this? Yeah, I'm gonna put just some little marks. And you're just kind of improvising a background really. And again, this is based on the actual stage from Final Fight that's pretty much New York. I don't know if it's actually supposed to be New York or because like I said, Metro City where Cody's from is based off New York if I'm not mistaken. So but they exist within the same universe, so it's kind of hazy, but yeah. So we're getting the background here. Let's bring out the characters again just to see how it looks. If I can't, no, that's the wrong folder. Uh, yeah. So there, it's getting there. It's getting there. There's a few things I want to change about the actual characters themselves, but I'll get to that in a minute. Right now, they look good within the space. So I think the background is, like I said, getting there. I feel like the perspective is kind of wonky. I don't know if I like or dislike that though, but it's definitely getting there. So how else do I want to proceed? Should I keep doing the background or should I go more into the characters? I kind of want to go more into the characters again. So I'm going to bring them out a little bit. And the thing that I don't like off rip is the black outline. And I said earlier, you usually don't want to have a black outline. And it's just because it looks so normal compared to everything else. When everything else is kind of colorful, for the outline to be black, it's just kind of meh, you know. So let's see what we're gonna do here. I'm going to take this purple that we've got up here, and I'm going to oh, I did not mean to do that. I'm going to kind of darken them with this purple color. And I'm gonna just see how that looks. So I'm gonna put a new layer above them, and then I'm gonna hit multiply, fill it in, and clip to this layer. So now they look a little bit darker. They fit the space. Let me show you how it looks without this. Give me a sec. So, that's without it and that's with it. And I think I like it better with it most definitely. Trying to think of how I want to proceed. I also want some shadows. So let's make another gray color. And then, geez, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna put these into their own like separate folders. Give me 1 second. All right, and now I'm gonna like just darken them up a bit. Matter of fact, let me put both of these into another folder. And this probably isn't the most efficient way to do this, but it's how I'm about to do it. So I'm gonna make a new layer, and I'm just gonna have this to like make the shadow. So let me try to just fill it in right quick. All right, so now they're a lot darker, which may or may not be a good thing, but let me see. Let me hit E, increase the size of this eraser, and then I'm gonna like, yeah. I kind of like that so far. And I'm just gonna like bring out these highlights along the characters. Yeah, you see how the sun's kind of like bringing out his colors now? So I think that's a good choice. I'm gonna let this rock. So I'm gonna have a little bit of this light come over his like arm. Lighting is not my favorite part, but it looks so cool. Let's see. And then I'm gonna uh that the hardest part for me of like the lighting thing is like knowing where the light's gonna hit. It'll kind of like be along the back of Cody and on like this like the top of wherever he's at. And then definitely this back end a little bit under the arms and stuff like that. But yeah, I think the lighting is gonna look tough. I feel like lighting is kind of like the same thing I said with the line weight. You can't really have too much of it. I think it's better to have too much lighting than too little. So let me brighten up his phalanges right here. And I think it's looking good though. I think this looks really good. Let's see. A little bit along this arm, some along this shoulder, and then he'd even have some along like the cheek and stuff like that. And it was just kind of how I'm imagining it. It's not like I'm looking at an actual picture. This is just off of my imagination, really. So yeah, I'm just like closing in certain parts just to, get the lighting in here. Yeah, let me put some on his nose. Like I said, the more the better, honestly, because you want as much as these actual colors to show as you can. So, like I said, the more the better. I like certain parts of this, and there's certain parts that I don't like to this, but let me add some just all along the outline. I gotta like not be scared to make more of like the colored areas or like the brighter areas, I guess I should say. Some along like yeah. Do the same thing for Daredevil, just kind of the more the better. And that really kind of gives you a sense that, the sun is rising and daybreak is kind of happening and all that. All right, and then I'm gonna like smooth like these edges out a little bit. And you can kind of see there's certain areas that I'm gonna have to go back and just clean up, but for right now it looks amazing. I'm very proud of myself for this. Let's see. I'm gonna give a little highlight on the little cheek. Then I'm gonna give some more highlights to Daredevil along the nose, maybe along that part of the mask and this horn. And you can kind of see how everything's starting to pop out more. And put some along this chest. Like I said, the more lighting you have, the better in my experience. And this isn't something I'm like keen on. I'm not like the best at this, but that's how I like it, honestly. You get some along this pipe. Yeah, I think this is starting to look pretty interesting. Now that's got a more metallic look to it. Let me put some along the cane. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. All right, now I want to do a similar thing. Catching my voice or what? But I want to do a similar thing, but with a lighter brush. So I'm gonna get my soft brush, and let me just see how this looks. Okay, so yeah, and I'm gonna go along those same edges and things like that, and just make it a little bit. Let me make the brush a bit bigger, just a little bit more kind of blurry in certain areas. This might not be the best way to do it, but this is how I'm about to do it. Yeah, and I'm just gonna like fill in these areas. That way I have more of the lighting and it's kind of like a softer transition from the lighting. Does that make sense? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, and bring that face in a bit, have it get a little bit lighter as I go along. Oh yeah, I think that looks amazing actually. And let me do the same thing with like the chest and all that. Some along the cane, the actual staff part, the fist. So yeah, that's pretty much how I'm doing the lighting. I don't always do it like this. It really depends on the time, but I think we have a decent amount of time left in this stream to like make it look really nice. You know, you don't want to rush this. I think that really brings it together too. Yeah, I feel like the lighting is immaculate. I really don't want to like stroke my own ego too much or whatever, but I love it. I really love this. I can't wait to like show people like the finished product of this. I'm also glad a few more people have tuned into this one. Let's see. I'm gonna just kind of bring this in a bit, and I'm gonna actually bring a little bit of light along this edge right here, just because some light would be picked up from there. Let me flip it right quick to make it easier for me to actually do this. Ah, crap. All right, yeah. Put some up top of this finger. And again, I wouldn't say there's like a right or wrong way to do this. This is just like how I've been practicing to do it. But yeah, okay, see, I think Daredevil looks insane right here. Like I think this looks amazing. So I'm gonna do the same thing for Cody and just kind of get these less lit areas um and just kind of blur, you know. Let's see, let me shrink that a bit. I think it really works for like the metallic portions. I think that was a little too much. But no, I think this looks great though. Yeah, that looks insane. Like, look at that. That's insane, bro. That is insane. This is like probably one of the best things I've did in a minute. All right, so let's go along the hair and just kind of do the same thing with the hair. I wish I had somebody like just like financially support stuff like this. Like, dog, if I had like sponsors, like if Capcom or somebody would like sponsor me to like do drawings like this, bro, I would never stop. But if you couldn't tell, I'm having a lot of fun doing this. And like I said, this will probably, well, no, this will definitely go up on my Patreon. Maybe not tonight, but eventually this will be up on my Patreon. And if you want to, sub to the Patreon, you can, and you'll be able to access this. And if not, you could, pay for the actual picture. It'll be a bit more expensive, but and again, I know this is like a digital age where people like pirating a lot of things, and I ain't really mad that people do that or anything. It is what it is. People are broke. I'm broke. It's hard out here. Nobody really want to like pay for an art picture. But if you do want to, support a struggling artist, that option is there to, if you like the piece, you can, buy it off the store on Patreon. But yeah, I'm gonna continue doing this along these lines, and I don't like that. Just making more convincing lighting along here. And after this, I'll probably try to do the Statue of Liberty. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of been intimidating me. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if I like how those fingers turned out. Let's shrink the brush a bit. Oh, I didn't even pick the right thing. Okay. I was on the eraser. That's what I was supposed to be on. Okay, yeah, let's shrink the eraser. And then I'm just gonna get into these fingers a little bit. Oh, this piece is freaking awesome, dog. And when you're doing artwork and stuff like this, sometimes you'll really surprise yourself. Like you'll do things you didn't even know you were capable of, honestly. Get some on these folds right here. Brighten up these chains a bit. Yeah, this is this is awesome. I can't wait to like actually. And then let me see. It's only been like what 30 minutes since I like started back on the stream. That's it's pretty sick. Pretty sick. Yeah, like bro, that is so sick, dog. That is so oof. I love this. When you can like look at your own work and then be like, dang, this is nice, and like really articulate why it's good. You might have some. Yeah, like I said, I'm just going in to some of these areas and just getting this kind of fuzziness on there so it looks more like the light is kind of fading in. It's kind of glowing in certain areas. Maybe put some along this ear. Yeah, maybe not all the way, but just certain parts of this ear. And if you weren't here earlier and you're tuned in, and wondering why I'm putting like Cody against Daredevil, if you even know who Cody is, but he's also a vigilante in his own sense, and he's just kind of he hasn't turned into a villain or anything by any means, but he's no longer seen as the good guy, so he just fights crime to fight crime, honestly. And one day, and in this made up Derek Cannon, he had to run into Daredevil after breaking out of prison, so Daredevil's trying to put him back. So, and for whatever reason, they're in New York. Now, let's see. There are certain parts of this I don't like about Cody's lighting. I think it's because I didn't like finish it all the way. Let me go in some of these parts. But yeah, the lighting, and this is something I had to get better with even recently, even now, honestly, but the lighting can really enhance your drawing a lot. So don't sleep on the lighting. Like, I don't do it too much when I'm like doing my comics and stuff because it's a lot. I will admit it is a lot to go and put like these lighting effects to it because you see how long it's kind of taking me to do it, but it is so worth it when you can actually like put it in your art. So, if you're pressed for time, it's something you might not really be able to force yourself to do or allow yourself to do. But if you can, man, if you take that extra time and just and again, I'm not the best at it. I gotta get better, but it really takes it up. Like, yo, bro, it's so sick. It really takes it up a notch. I actually kind of want to bring this in a little bit just for the fact that it looks a little abrupt, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, I think that's a bit better. I think that's a bit better. I'm gonna actually bring out the eyes a little, or at least this eye a little bit, you know? Maybe put a little gleam in this eye. Yeah, yeah, I think that's fine. Let me put a little bit more on maybe his chest area, or like maybe underneath that chest. I think I did a little too much there. All right, all right. So I think I like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I like. Well, do I like that? I think I like it better without it. Actually, I'm not sure. You know what? Since I said the more lighting, the better, I'll leave it in. And let me actually get some under these like legs and stuff. There will probably be a little bit less on there than anywhere else, but me bring some down in this area. And honestly, I think that looks nice. I think that looks really nice. So I feel like it's still working a bit better on Daredevil than it is Cody, but it is. Let me see. I'm like, I'm not tripping, right? I feel like some other parts of Cody should have some more lighting on them. I feel like some of this should be brought out more. Let's see if I can fix this up a little bit. Matter of fact, yeah. He should have like some lighting in the face where the bangs don't cast a shadow. You know what I mean? So I think that's a little bit better. In fact, let me bring that out a little bit more. I think that's a little bit more convincing. Yeah, that's a lot more convincing. Let's see. Bring this in a bit more. Yeah, I'm just trying to like fill this in, bring more of his face out. Like I said, the more lighting is pretty much the better for real, for real. Bring some on maybe his eyebrows. Hmm. Bring the nose out a bit more. I think that's a lot better, honestly. Maybe a highlight under the lips. I don't know how I feel about it. Well, I can fix that though. Maybe like the chin should actually be a bit more pronounced. I might be doing a little too much here now, but mm, I don't know. Something about this is looking off, and I can't quite tell what it is. Let's try. Let me go back to my eraser tool and then just kind of highlight on the eye. I honestly think maybe the let me bring out the nose a little bit more. Maybe the eye is too far back. That's nothing I can really go back and fix right now. That might be it. I don't know. Something looks off about Cody though. I'm gonna just keep bringing up like the lighter areas until maybe I can convince myself it looks right. I feel like that kind of looks a little bit better. A little bit actually. I kind of like that. In fact, let me just go ahead and bring the whole face out. I feel like otherwise it's just gonna keep bothering me. Now that I feel like that is a bit better actually. Yeah, let me bring a lot of like some parts of this face out more. In fact, I think the chin, like, cause the chin would be more along the lines of like right here. I feel like that's a bit more convincing. Now, see, I don't know how I feel about that actually. Maybe it's because of the actual teeth. Yeah, that definitely is helping some. The fact that the teeth are like this. Let's see, but I without without the teeth. Let me rephrase that because that didn't sound right. If I could have that same effect without the lighting being that far back, if I like have these uh teeth be kind of lightened, yeah, I think that fits a lot better. That I think the lighting is now mostly good on him. I don't know why it's a lot harder to put this lighting on him than it was to Daredevil, though. I really can't tell you. He I think he should have like a little glow along that edge. And I think that's fine for the most part. If I want to go back and change it, I can later. Something about it is still off though. Oh well, for the most part, he looks good though. I can't knock that. So now that our two front runners have taken the stage and I've gotten the lighting, um I'm going to let me change the lighting right quick. I know that's kind of jarring, but I actually do want to go back and fill in a few of these areas that aren't like filled in. So I'm gonna go right here and hit P and everything. Oh crap. Yeah, I'm gonna hit that. Um, do the same for this kind of blue. Looks kind of rough. And then I think there was some area in the skin that wasn't entirely filled in. Let me see. All right, yeah. I'm just gonna color in some of these non-colored parts and yeah. All right, so I should be good on that end, mostly. Yeah, yeah. All right, so I think this is looking pretty good. The background's getting there. Now, the only thing that I think this is really missing right now, for real, is the Statue of Liberty. Actually, before I do that, there are a couple other. I know I like keep doing the Cody highlights and stuff like that, but they're really bothering me. I'm gonna put some more highlights along like his hair. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better on that one. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Make sure I want that. Yeah, I think that's definitely better. Definitely better. Okay, now we are missing the Statue of Liberty. So behind them, I'm going to attempt to put the Statue of Liberty here. So now give me 1 second. Let me see how long this stream has been actually. Give me 1 second. All right, so this stream is going on 4 hours, and I'm mostly done, honestly. So yeah, by about the sixth or so hour, I should have this wrapped up. Now, how are we going to do the statue? This is gonna be such a pain. Okay, so hold on, let me look at the stage again because that's really gonna determine it. Okay, I've gotta like tone down these characters for one. I got everything else in the background, but like the Statue of Liberty. So dang, this is gonna be tough. Um, but I'm almost done, so I gotta do it. All right, let me turn off some of these like sketch portions, and let me turn off these little colors I got right here. All right, that's the line art. So Now, now we make the Statue of Liberty. So I'm gonna make this blue, and I'm gonna just start sketching the Statue of Liberty. Oh, this is gonna suck. No, it's not. Let's see. I gotta actually draw this above everything and then like put it behind everything. Okay, so we're gonna start with like a head. Like I want to have like this cool perspective that goes on, but this is all also kind of further in the background, so I don't think it should be like super huge. Yeah, maybe like right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna just kind of get an idea of how it is in the stage, and then I'm gonna actually look up the actual Statue of Liberty because there's only so accurate this can really be. Let's see. So it's kind of got like this square shape, and then I'm having like this perspective of it coming down. Let's control T this again. I feel like that's still too. Is that too big? Uh, we'll let it rock. We'll let it rock. So I'm gonna do that. Let me actually look up the actual Statue of Liberty because there's only so much I can do from the actual 8-bit game reference to it. Okay, so I'm looking up the Statue of Liberty, and let's see, I got a decent picture of it. So, ooh, ooh, let me let me zoom in a bit. So, because I want it to like show beyond Daredevil. Should I put it like in the middle? Let me see how it would look in the middle, actually. I kind of like that, but I kind of don't. Like, hmm. What if I control T, turn it a bit? I honestly don't know how I feel. I feel like it. Ah, this is tough. Actually, I think it will actually work kind of like this though, because Cody's got like the sun on his side. If I balance it out with clouds, I think I can make this work. So I'll just let the Statue of Liberty rock with on this left side for right now. And let's see. Oh my gosh, I forgot to record a time lapse for this. That's gonna be a pain. Oh freak. Okay, well that's fine for right now. Dang it, I wish I recorded that. I mean, technically this is the time lapse, but it's different. All right, so I'm going to start a new layer, and let's see. I'm gonna have I'm gonna try to do the statue's face. It's kind of gonna be a upward kind of looking towards the sky. Then Lady Liberty's got this kind of strong jawline. Kind of gonna be like a flat, spaded kind of triangle. I'm just trying to get the shape of the face. I want to get the basic Lady Liberty shape. And for anybody that's like tuning in that hasn't really seen what I'm doing, um, right now I'm drawing a Statue of Liberty, but this is Daredevil versus Cody from Street Fighter. So, and I'm doing the Statue of Liberty in the background because that's one of the Final Fight stages. If you don't know what Final Fight is, it's the beat 'em up game where Cody originates from. So, yeah. All right, so we're kind of getting like these the little sharp crown on Lady Liberty, and I don't need this to be perfect, especially since it's a background element, but I want you to know that it's the Statue of Liberty. All right, so I want to have like that kind of bridge nose right here in the middle. I can't hardly tell what I did, but y'all know, y'all know. All right, so that's a basic kind of head. Her neck's slightly tilted, I guess. And then she's kind of got like, she's got the raised arm, and it makes like this kind of S shape. The shoulder comes downward, you know, and then she's like holding. Is that a Bible? I really should know this. But yeah, and then she'll kind of her drapery kind of swoops in right here, and I didn't think I'd be doing so much Statue of Liberty stuff for this picture, but hey, it looks cool. It'll make for a nice background. Okay, so the drapery is kind of gonna come down. Oh, this is kind of gonna be pain. I'm just kind of seeing how I want to do this. I'm gonna have her kind of come down right here. Not a lot of explanation of what's going on, but you can tell what I'm working with right there. That's really all that matters. All right, so I'm gonna have the look right here. It kind of goes inward right here. Okay. Uh, oof. Let me bring this down a bit. Is that the okay? Let me bring both of these down a bit, and I'll probably have it like right here, maybe. I feel like it should be pointing to like the edge of the page, though. Let's do that. All right, so I'm gonna, you know, extend the arm a bit if I can. I'm gonna botch this. Let me see. No, no, no. Let me. Okay. Why do I feel like I just bent her arm a way it shouldn't have been bent? But yeah, okay. So the arm is extended, and then finally we'll have like the hand holding the torch, right? All right. So we're gonna bring this bottom part of the torch out, bring the top portion out, and then have like this kind of almost oval shape to it, like a little cup or something. All right, and then there's like this little torch part, right? And there we have the Statue of Liberty, or at least my halfway decent attempt to create it. So yeah, I think that's going to be a good background element. I think it needs to be a little bit smaller, maybe. Matter of fact, yeah, it definitely needs to be a little bit smaller. Let me put it in its own separate folder. All right, so we're gonna Control T, shrink it a bit. Okay. All right, so I think that's gonna look really good in this background. I'm gonna add a little bit more to it. You know, the I'm sorry. I gotta keep in mind how long this stream's been going because after a while my brain's kind of just not working. So, but yeah, doing the Statue of Liberty right now and just kind of trying to map out all of where she's gonna be. Um, let's see. And I'm just sketching, just sketching where I'm gonna put it. I'm sorry. But yeah, and then I've got like this kind of weird perspective to it. It's kind of getting bigger as it goes down, but yeah. So Now, what I'm going to do is get that sketch layer that I did for it, put it behind, Daredevil and Cody, and then you can see how it's going to be in the background. So let's control, ooh, wrong one. Let's control T the Statue of Liberty, and I might actually put a copy of that gradient over her whenever I get done with it. So now I want to make a green color. So guess how we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna turn off, the little lighting effects I've got going wherever I put the lighting effect. This is why you mark your layers. Um, all right, so yeah, oh man, can you see how different that looks without the lighting? But yeah, I'm gonna take his red. No, 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 that's not how you. No, what am I talking about? I'm gonna take his yellow and I'm gonna start a new layer.
Or yellow right there. And I'm gonna take this blue that Cody's got. I'm gonna start a new layer with that, turn it to like 50% opacity. Great, on the first try. All right, and then I'm gonna put it right there, take this, and we've got a, oof, that ain't the best looking green. I think it's really not. Um, ooh. Okay, let me try something else. Let me delete those. I'm gonna take this. Oh man, I'm gonna take this yellow, that kind of dirty blonde that Cody's got, and I'm gonna. Dang it! How do I want to do this? How did I just do this? Like what? Oh my gosh. Mm, mm, I'll just make a green. It's not that deep. Actually, I kind of want that color I had earlier because that can actually be a fake greenish color. I think it might actually fit the background a little bit. So I'm going to, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna lower the opacity of, sorry, I'm gonna lower the opacity of this right here, and I'm gonna actually just draw the Lady Liberty again. And this is only like, I'm only gonna do this one under sketch to it. She's a background character. She doesn't need, you know, to be seen as much as the other ones. Not to sound, misogynistic or anything, but she's not as important as the foreground figures. So I say that like she's not like I said, the main landmark in America. All right, so again, I don't really need this to be perfect. I just want to get the general shapes, and I just want you to know that this is Lady Liberty. I might need to shrink this brush. But yeah, I just want you to know that this is Lady Liberty. As long as you got that, it's all that really matters. All right, so yeah, and I'm just taking this, going across, and just making Lady Liberty. And once I get her done, my background will mostly be done. I'll probably add like a few clouds or something, but I think the background will mostly be done. So yeah, let me just kind of get the form going. I'll probably have to change the color of this outline, honestly. I don't like that. I don't like how I did that. But and I'm kind of abandoning the reference. Like I kind of have how my Lady Liberty is gonna look, so I'm really just abandoning the reference and going off what I know or what I think I know. and just following the kind of guideline that I set for this. Dang, that is not looking right. Uh, so yeah, I'm gonna wrap this around. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. You just got to get the general shape and proportion. As long as they know it's Lady Liberty, I'm winning. And I think I am accomplishing that. And I'm not even going to really dial in on the fingers or anything like that. As long as you can just, she's the background character, an important background character, but a background character nonetheless. So as long as you can see that she's holding a torch, that's all that really matters. I think this will really set the piece off. Let's see. We're going to do that torch part. And then we're going to get this. I'm going to look at my reference for it one more time. Let me make sure I've actually been talking. My mic's on, right? Okay, I'm not tripping. That would have been a nightmare, but yeah, man. To have her actually like holding this, let's get some fingers. Well, not really some fingers. Like I said, I'm not really trying to get too detailed on the statue. As long as you could tell it's her. We're gonna get like a little sleeve. Yeah, I don't like that sleeve. We're gonna get this sleeve now. Um, we're gonna bring this little book out. Get another edge to that book. There we go. There we go. Bring this up. And hey, there we go. Now I think the real like true part of this is seeing how it looks without the under sketch. That's where the real truth lies. Either way, I think it's a nice looking Statue of Liberty, in all honesty. All right, so gonna bring this up and about. I should probably make this a bit thicker, actually. Let's go with 8. Yeah, I like that better. All right, I know you could hardly see some of this, but all right, so bring this that way. Feels like I'm like tying a shoe or something. But yeah, bring that down. I don't like that one. Bring that down. Yeah, yeah. If you're not nitpicking your art for no reason, actually, it is definitely a reason, but you're probably not doing something right. Or maybe you just got it like that, but not me. Not me, dog. All right, and then you bring that down, you bring this down, and I think I did that right. It's my drawing, but okay. So let us turn off the. Oh, that was the colors. Oh man, I thought I did this in the wrong layer. Oh, thank God I didn't do that in the wrong layer. Um, let's see where did I put that layer though? Am I tripping? I know I ain't tripping. I'm just gonna click. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Why is it down? What? Oh wait, I kind of know why I did that. I know exactly why I did that actually. Okay. Okay, let's turn that off and then let's see how she looks. Yeah, good enough. Okay, yeah, you could clearly tell exactly what that is. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it. The only thing is I kind of want the inside of that to be that color. So let me actually I might have to make that outline darker. No, I could just make the inside lighter. Let me actually just bring this down and then I'll decide what to do from there. Wherever the heck I had the Oh, what did I do? What did I do with it? Okay, hold on. This is why you label things. Don't be like me. Yo, what did I do with it? Oh my goodness, what did I do with that? Oh, thank God. All right, let me bring that down. Uh, all right, I'll turn it back off again. But let's see. I'm gonna actually make this kind of grayish color. Oh, that's not what I want to do. I'm gonna start a new layer and brighten up this grayish color to say, what was it initially? You know what? I ain't even gonna worry about it. Let me just go ahead and just fill it in anyway. All right, so let's see how this goes. I'm just gonna get all these inward parts of Lady Liberty, fill them in, and see how she looks. I might have to like get a different shade of this. And I'll just see how it goes. It might come out perfect on the first try. It won't, but it might. Oh wait, whoa. Hey yo, I might be cooking. I might be cooking with this one. What oh my gosh, it looks dope. Yo, it looks dope. Okay. Okay. So let's okay, so I got the statue right here. I got the outline and everything. Let me push it further back into space. Yeah, I gotta put it behind the background, right? So where's the dang background? I'm over here popping off and I can't even do what I want to. What just happened? Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, so I love how that looks back there. I really do. There's something I don't love about that though, because that some of these spaces need to be like erased, like pronto. But other than that, I like how it fills up the space. I was cooking with that one. This was a brilliant idea. I like the colors and everything. I know I'm glazing myself right now, but man, I'm cooking. Okay, so whoops. Yeah, let me I'm just cleaning up some of these areas. I know I'm stuttering a lot too, but bro, it's been like 5 hours in this live stream. Please catch me. Please give me a break. uh so yeah, Statue of Liberty's in the back. I'm gonna do another like shadow. So I'm gonna set this to like 50 or whatever, 49, all that. And trying to think of how I want this shadow. I guess I'll do it the same as I did the other one. Okay, so that's the railing. I'm gonna put this into its own separate folder and I'm gonna actually label it Lady Liberty. Is my phone dead? I hope it's not dead. I haven't checked the chat. It's been pretty quiet, but just in case. Yo, my phone's dead. Oh my gosh. Now I have to actually like manually check the chat. I'm surprised my phone died that quick. It didn't give me a warning or anything. Let's see. Oh, I'm up to 19 views on this. Let's go. Let's see. Let me check the chat. Yeah, chat's still the same. Um, all right. Yeah. Let's continue. All right, so I'm gonna do a little shadow. We're at 49. Okay, see. I'm gonna do the same thing I did with the other characters, and that's how I'm gonna do the lighting. So let's go. I got that 49 selected. I'm going to go to multiply. I'm gonna drag this um and clip to layer below, fill that in, and control D. So now I can, what can I do? I'm gonna put a mask layer on there so I can just start erasing. Yeah, one thing I didn't do, let me actually save this. Give me just a quick second to say this, because bro, if I lose this and I didn't save this entire time, I'm going to harm. You know what? I don't think I can say that on YouTube. So, but it's not going to be pleasant. If you can say 13th, that will be my 13th, because oh my gosh. I mean, it would have been recorded, but I need the image. My bad. I got on a tangent, but yeah, let me go to my like videos and stuff and start a new folder, and I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna try to be quick about it so I can get back to the actual drawing, but okay. The drawing is saved. That would have, oh, that would have been terrible. Okay. So now we're gonna do a little bit more lighting. I'm gonna get my eraser. I've got a lot of energy today. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my eraser and just kind of, you know, highlight some of these, just get a rough kind of highlight. And the sun is kind of coming from this right downward direction, I guess. What would that be? Southeast? Yeah, the southeast kind of direction. So we're just gonna follow that. Oh, I'm gonna be so proud of this piece. All right, now let me get some on that arm too. Lower this a little bit. I don't want to like get it on some of these other parts, but definitely like this side has to be like illuminated, especially like the under parts. Yeah, this part should definitely be like more illuminated. Oh yeah. I've really been live streaming all day. This was fun. I don't even care if nobody's watching right now. I'm sure this will like get views or something like that, and somebody might see the live stream later, but this is fun. Ugh. Okay, so I'm just trying to get some more highlights along Lady Liberty, get some along these folds and stuff. And I won't go as hard on it on the statue, because she, like I said, is a kind of background character and all this. So yeah, I think this is really looking good though. Okay, let's see. I want like a little shadow under this part, and like maybe some on this opposite side, like maybe right here-ish. Maybe right here. You know what? I think I might leave that alone, honestly. It wasn't broke, so I ain't gonna fix it. But yeah, yeah. So let me. Where's the actual character? Let me turn them off right quick, and then I'm going to just blur it a little bit with this softer brush. And I'm gonna get a little bit right here, get some more of that. Yeah. Yeah, this is looking like something. And it doesn't have to be perfect, especially since this is a background character. You want her to look at least halfway decent, though. This is a Statue of Liberty. Put some respect on it. But, you know what I'm saying? USA and all that. But, all right. Yeah. And I like how it just naturally has this glow effect to it, just for me, like just kind of using this eraser brush. I'm gonna have to fix up a few of these areas in a bit, but no, this is gonna add a lot to it, though. I feel like just I'm just enjoying doing this, dude. Like this is so fun, and I actually got views doing it. That's actually crazy. Like last I checked, it was like 19 views. 19 views is some of my better videos might get 19 views. So I think this is cool. So all right. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. All right. So we got yo, this looks so cool. Okay. So let me tighten up a little bit of this Statue of Liberty right quick. And then I might check the chat in a little bit. Like I said, my phone died. I was checking the chat on my phone. Nothing really popped off, but it's still good just to have it on you and just see who's commenting and all that. But yeah, Statue of Liberty is looking pretty sexy. All right, she's looking mighty fine. All right, just kind of want to bring in a little bit of that. Just have the shadow kind of creep in a little bit, and just kind of fill in these some of these areas right here. Let me kind of bring that in a little bit. All right, so that's yo, and then the characters aren't even in there. That looks so cool. That looks so cool. Okay, let me brighten this up. Yo, oh, that is amazing. That is amazing. Okay, I gotta add some clouds and stuff, but yo, that is awesome. That is so cool. Okay, now let's let me put this on full size for anybody that's like coming in and viewing the stream and stuff like that. I'm gonna get ready to, check the chat and everything. Like I said, I want to get done with this by 9 o'clock. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, so we've been going for about 4.5 hours, and we're gonna keep going. I'm almost done. I'm just gonna add like a few clouds and maybe clean up some stuff with Cody. I was gonna give him a knife. I don't think he needs it. I might put a knife somewhere, but this is kind of like a quick drawing. I don't think Cody doesn't always use a knife, and I don't think he needs it. I think this is cool how it is. I think I'm gonna just add a few clouds, tighten up the background just a bit, and then I might call it. Like I might call it. I'm like so close to done with this. Oh my gosh, dog. Okay, that's enough self glaze. So
Let's see, what else should we do? Golly, I'm just kind of amazed at what I've done. But let me look at the actual reference photo again, and I'll continue what I'm doing. So let's see. The C is kind of supposed to be back there, but I've got it from like a different angle, so I'm probably not gonna do that. Uh, I'm probably just gonna have the clouds kind of come in at a certain type of angle. Let me get this. Do I want the orange color? Where's the orange color I did? Let me actually use those. That is not it. Did I delete them? I probably deleted them. Oof. Okay. So I'm gonna use orange, and the way I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna turn that color. Oh, geez, that looks off. But I'm gonna turn that color off. I'm gonna turn this color off. I'm gonna select his crimson red. I'm gonna turn those back on, and then I'm going to just go on the opposite side of that blue that's right there, since it's already on like 50%. And then I'm just gonna get the mix of these colors right here, and that'll give me my orange. So now that I've done that, lost my train of thought. What was I even using this for? Yeah, the clouds, the clouds. Okay. You can tell it's been like a whole like long stream. So okay. Let's let me try to do this with one a different pen. I kind of use this textured brush for this pen or whatever, but I'm just drawing some clouds. And I'm just kind of making them up as I go. I'm not really putting too much into these. Oh, oh no. All right, so I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this layer, and I'm gonna put it behind the Statue of Liberty. If I can see where I put the Statue of Liberty. Like I said, this is the one of the harder parts is just keeping tabs on all of the layers you do. Okay, there's Lady Liberty. All right, so I'm gonna not turn up. I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna get a reference layer, fill it in, all that. All right, and now we've got some orange clouds, but I want them to have like a like kind of yellow light around them at the bottom. Oh, looks so sick, dog. I'm so proud of myself for this. But let me stop glazing. Um, and thank you again to anybody that's tuning in, anyone that's gonna watch later. I really appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in and supporting me on this stream, dog. But all right, so I need to get the yellow. So let me go up to where that yellow was, assuming I didn't delete it. I'm gonna take that and yeah. So I'm gonna go to the bottom of the clouds and I'm just gonna like kind of do a similar thing to how I did the lighting on the characters in Statue of Liberty. So let me clip this to the layer below. I'm gonna hit maybe multiply. Let's see how multiply works. Yeah, that didn't work like I wanted it to. Let's try lighten. Or I don't want to do divide. I think divide will mess it up, but let's try lighten. I think that works. I think that works. So we're just gonna lighten the bottom portion of this for all of these clouds. And I'm trying to think like how the clouds would actually look. Am I tripping? Is this how clouds look in a sunrise?
I've drawn enough sunsets and sunrise that I should know how this works. And yet I still don't quite know. Let me try it at the top of this one. No, yeah. Yeah, I like the other one better. I don't care if it's accurate or not. All right, so that's on the bottom of the clouds. Let's just kind of try to yeah. I think that looks halfway decent. So let's try to let's see. Blend it. Let's try to blend this. I did not mean to make that big. Um, oof, I don't like how that blended. Ooh, that's got a nice little effect to it. No, I kind of like that though. All right. Yeah. Let me I mean, you know what? It's kind though. I'm probably gonna have to like blur the clouds a bit. Uh, I don't know. I feel like maybe I should have one more cloud too. Let me do one more cloud. I like I said, I also feel like I should blur the clouds. And I think I know exactly how I'm gonna do that too, but let's see. Oh wait, I probably picked the wrong color too just then because or did I? Am I tripping? Whatever. No, you know what? I don't think I did. All right. Let me lock in. So I'm gonna go back to that vector layer with the clouds and all that. Is that cloud too big, maybe? Nah. Let's fill that in. And maybe I should put it a little lower actually. Let me ooh, not the best idea. Okay. Let me go to the folder and hit that lasso, bring that down. I don't know that I like that any better. So, hmm. Let me try to draw this cloud one more time. I don't know. Something about that cloud I just didn't like. Kind of like that a little bit better. Let me actually. Okay, hold on. Let me. Uh, let me try to bring it down one more time to see if I like it any lower. Mm, eh, I can go either way. I think I do like it a little bit lower. Let me. Uh, it's telling me to go lower. My gut instinct is telling me to go lower. Dang it! I gotta like hurry up. Like, nah, I think I'll leave it higher. Yeah. No. Yeah. Too late. Anyway. Uh. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to bring out that yellow color again, and then I'm gonna just put that over the layer again, and then I'm gonna just blur it and all that, or smudge it, blend it, whatever the tool is. Uh, yeah. So I'm getting close to done. This piece is almost finished, and I think I did a really good job. Y'all let me know in the comments and everything. Let's see.
I gotta check the stream details and stuff. Yo, just going in and seeing my like stuff on the like screen for the stream is beyond satisfying. Okay, okay. So I think the clouds are great. Like I said, I'm gonna have to like put a blur on it. So let me turn that off. And we are almost done. So I think from here on, I think I just have to like blur the maybe the stars or something. Not the stars. We don't even have stars. But yeah, I'm just gonna like blur the background elements, namely the clouds. So let me see. Control S to save. And then let's see. Where are the clouds? All right, so I'm gonna put these all in another separate folder. I'm gonna call it clouds. Enter. Let's turn that off. I'm gonna duplicate it. Control E to merge them all, and then should I have done that? And we're gonna filter, blur, and let's just like Gaussian blur that. And you see how cool that looks though? Like really, you see how cool that look? Let's try 10. Oh my gosh, it looks so cool. Let's try 15. Feel like 15 is better than 10. Let's try 20. 20 is looking nice. Let's skip to 50. 50 is too much. 30. 30 is a little bit much. Let's try 25. Let's try 20. I think 20 is good. Is 20 good? I think the blur is nice. Especially since they're behind the Statue of Liberty. Let's actually try to do the Statue of Liberty. Not like that. Maybe like that. But let's see. Okay, no, that's not it. Oh wait, it's literally right above it. What's wrong with me? Oh, something I didn't catch. Before I do that, let me go in here and erase this little wrong eraser. Let me erase this little bit to that Statue of Liberty. All right. All right, so I want the blur on the statue to be less than the blur on the clouds. um, all right, so we're gonna duplicate, turn it off, Command E, Control E, whatever, yada yada whoop whoop. And then we're gonna filter, blur, Gaussian blur. And we're gonna set this to maybe 15. I don't like that blur. I do not. Let's try 10. 7.5. Okay, maybe 5. Like I'm really trying to like, does it really even need a blur like that? I don't know if I like the Gaussian blur on this actually. At least not the statue. I don't know. Let's try a different blur. Let's strong blur. Mm, let's just try the regular blur. I Why did I do that to myself? um uh okay, I think the regular blur is fine. Honestly, I'm like halfway contemplating if I even need the blur, but okay. Now, with that being said, there's a few other things left to do here.
So, you know, we got Daredevil, we got Cody. I think they look phenomenal. I might do a little bit more to Daredevil's outfit, like maybe change the eyes, but I think Daredevil looks insane. Like he looks great. Cody looks great. Uh let's see. It's 7:39, 25 degrees. No, okay. So we're almost 5 hours into the stream. So let's see. I'm gonna because I said I wanted this to go, or at least to finish this by 9. I think I've been working on this a good bit, and so I'm going to take a brief break, maybe like 5, 10 minutes, just to like stretch, walk around, and then I'm gonna come right back to it. So let's say we'll come back at about 7:45 or 7:50, and then we'll continue. I'll put this BRB up here. Give me a sec. Yeah. All right. So I'll be right back. Okay, it's 7:48. We are going to finish this at 12. Did I say 12? I meant 9. We're going to I'm not running the stream till 12. We're going to finish this by 9. We got a little over an hour left in the stream. The stream's been going on for about 5 hours now. So we're going to go ahead and knock this last part out. All right, we're going to work till 9 and that'll be it. So let me take this BRB off, go back to the drawing. And yeah, okay, so I was blurring the Statue of Liberty. Let's see, I got Cody drawn out. There's a few things I want to fix with Cody right quick. Matter of fact, yeah, let me go in wherever. See, there are so many layers. All right, so yeah. Let me make this less complicated, and I'm gonna just um erase this right here. Let me smooth out these kind of fingers. And quick side note, that's a good way to tell like the AI art from like the traditional art because if I'm like blurring stuff, I'm gonna notice a lot more of like the parts I didn't, use like the blurs and the smudges, whereas the AI doesn't really know the difference between say like cell shading and like these kind of blending tools that you'd use. So it'll end up using a mix of both, and you would usually choose one or the other. So right now, I'm just trying to kind of blur the like, bro. This looks so cool. I gotta fill in part of this handcuff too, because it's not all the way filled in. So for this last part, it's probably gonna be the most boring part. I'm gonna keep it real with you. So if you want to stick around, I definitely appreciate it. If anybody's even still on besides me right now, anyway. But yeah, so this is basically like just the nitpicking phase. This is getting all the small details that you missed and don't want to be seen in the final product. Even like these chains, you're just kind of going in. I'm just making sure there's no part of these chains that's really missing. They're a little misshapen, but that's honestly kind of fits the style, so I'll let it rock. But I don't like this one part that the vector didn't get. There we go. So yeah, just certain small nitpicks. You have to nitpick your artwork, even though it's not fun. While I'm over here doing this, let me actually get part of this cane because I'm gonna do something else with Daredevil right quick. So yeah, there's the cane. I'm gonna. That is not what I wanted to do. Where's the? I say that like y'all know. I'm trying to figure out what I did with. Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna go back to that same layer with the cane. I think this is it. Yeah, okay. Oh, that looked about golden right there. But I'm just so excited, dog. Excited to be done with this. Excited to show it off. I kind of like that. Kind of like that. Uh, okay, give me a sec. I'm trying to see how this looks with and without it. Okay, I'm gonna control D this right quick. And we're gonna see how that looks with and without the darker eyes. He kind of looks like an alien on the low. I feel like he needs something though. Why did I do that? All right, so I'm kind of rocking with it. This is without, this is with. I'm definitely with. I don't care what none of y'all say. I don't think none of y'all even here. But I'm gonna let that rock. All right, and I'm gonna try to just erase part of this just to see how that'll look. So I'm gonna go to my hard brush. It's giving invincible. I kind of like those parts. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, so let's. Yo, nah, nah, that's dope. That's dope. That's dope. Y'all can't tell me I wasn't cooking with this one. Y'all can't even remotely tell me I wasn't cooking with this one. All right, all right. Let's see. So I'm gonna erase this part right here. Let me go back and make sure my mic is on. There's certain parts of this that I didn't clean up properly either. Like some where's the highlight to I'm tripping. I'm like really tripping right now because okay, time. Yeah, I gotta see what is going on with here because that is actually bothering me. Is this? No. Oh, okay, so it's right here. Or no, it's a part of right here. I'm going to like lose wherever these layers were. Let's see something. Okay, so it's none of them. I'm just trying to see. Okay, it's somewhere in here. Why? Okay, okay. See, I labeled it Daredevil. I don't know why I didn't just read to see that that was where it was, but yeah, yeah. Some of this just needs to be cleaned up right here. It's like outside of the actual lines. Again, I'm pretty much just doing these last few like cleanups to really bring everything in. Think the lighting is sick. Think everything's working pretty well. Let me check out Cody's thumb right quick. I think that's something I need to tighten up too. Nah, it looks fine. That looks fine, pretty much. So, oh man, it has been a long fought battle today. But the background looks insane. The foreground looks even better. And now all I gotta do, I'd say, is probably just a few more shadows, maybe. Like, in all honesty, I think a few more shadows would just go a long way. And maybe like a few more blurs. And maybe even a few effects. I got another hour, so I can do all of the above. Again, if anybody is in here that has like watched the whole thing, really appreciate you, dog. Like, bro, you just don't know. You just don't know. Let me see. I gotta erase this right here too. All right. All right. So it's all coming together. It's all coming together. And honestly, if I wanted to, I could really stop right here. But there's a few small things that I need to fix. So, oh man, but it looks so good. Okay, let me stop glazing for a minute and actually, dang, this is like the worst part because it's mostly done and you could really stop at any given moment, but you personally know it's not done, so you can't just stop. Let me clean up his fist a little bit and then we'll get ready to proceed to uh the final parts of this drawing. All right. Just clean that up there. A little bit of that right there. Okay. I think that's decent. Dang, it's tough. Okay, so that's the line art. Now I'm going to. Where's the background stuff? I ask as if y'all are drawing this with me. Um, I mean, I guess in a sense, but anyway, I can't find anything. Why did I do this to myself? Okay, so it's got to be above the Statue of Liberty, right? Where's the Statue of Liberty, bro? This is why you keep track of your layers. I'm telling y'all, this is like the worst thing ever. Okay, this got to be the background. Okay, there's. Oh my gosh, where's the railing? Okay, the railing has got to be behind the background. Okay, okay. I'm gonna label this because that was painful. Railing. Okay, and okay. And then the I guess I'll just call this BG for background. Okay. All right, so we're getting close to finish. Uh Jeez, this is giving me a headache dang near. Um I'm gonna I'm gonna add a little shadow to the railing. Let's see. Or maybe I should just add some lighting. I'm gonna add a shadow to the actual background. Oh, I shouldn't have did it like that. Whatever. At this point, I'm low key not worried because I know I'm gonna have this piece done before the stream is over with. But it's like getting to that point is still a pain, an enjoyable pain, but a pain nonetheless. What is even in this folder? What did I just do? Bro, the brain fog at the end of these streams is just so strong. Okay, so I guess I meant to put this in the same layer for I'm gonna go back and look at the stream and just be like, dang, bro, you're dumb. Like, okay. Jeez, what did I do that for? I don't even think that's what I wanted to do in all honesty. Okay. So I'm gonna put this outside of the folder. Bro, what is going please leave a like. Please leave a like if you're watching. Like please leave a like. Okay, so I'm gonna set the color to like that kind of gray color I did earlier so I can make this dark darker version of the railing, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna clip to layer below, multiply. See, I didn't want to really do that right now though. I wanted to do that with the layer above. That's why I wanted to do. All right, so I'm gonna clip it to the layer below, hit multiply, and I'm gonna do what I was about to do, but on like the background instead of the railing. If that makes any dang sense. Okay. You know what? No, that's pretty sick. I like that. I like that a lot actually. So now the question is, do I want to do that to the layer above? I kind of let's see. All right, so I'm gonna do a similar thing with the layer below it or above whatever the railing. I'm gonna do it to the railing. I don't know if I like that for the railing, in all honesty. Uh, I might need to change the color on the railing, if anything. I might also need to increase the size of the railing. The piece is coming together so well, though, dog. Somebody please. Somebody shout me out. Somebody hire me, dog. I'm cutting up. I'm like genuinely cutting up. But all right, so we're just gonna let me see if I can actually copy this railing and make it something that's above the other like I need a shadow for this railing is what I'm trying to say. Oh, that's interesting. Um, that's actually very interesting. What the heck just happened? Oh wait, no, I what? Time, what? Why is it? Why is it like this, dog? I don't understand. Anyway, um, I don't get it. What did I just do? Why did it turn out that way? Or wait, oh my gosh. Uh, okay, so that's the background. I have it behind the background. Let me just control T this and just flip it because I don't know what's going on here, but edit, transform, flip. It'd be vertically, right? Let me also flip it her horizontal. Transform, flip, horizontal. And I think that'll give me what I want. Maybe. With a capital maybe. And I kind of want to like change the perspective on this if I can. In fact, I'm gonna just leave it like that for right now, and then I'm gonna go back, edit, transform, and perspective. And if I like drag these out a bit, ooh my gosh, I mean that'll kind of do what I wanted to. Let me like pinch these in a bit. This is like such a. All right, hold on. If I like, the perspective is so weird on this, dog. See, that's going not quite how I want it. Let's try this. Art struggles, man. I swear. I swear. Let me try to flip it horizontally again. I'm low key just being lazy because I don't want to draw the shadows. Like, this struggle is real, dog. Struggle is real. I kind of like that. Yeah. If I bring that down, why do I have the shadow going? The sun's coming from the other direction. It should be flipped this way. Oh my gosh. I know nothing. Flip horizontal. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to do this appropriately and have it come down a little bit. Oh my gosh. Let me shrink it a bit. Turn it over a little bit. Y'all want to tilt, man? Don't be lazy, because then you'll do stupid stuff like this. But I think that's good enough. We gonna let it rock. It's a background thing. It doesn't have to be perfect. So, let's see. So we're going to change this so that it's kind of like that 50 color I was using earlier. We're gonna hit multiply, and then it should. Okay. Okay. Now it should be doing what I wanted to do. Let me lower it a bit. So now we've got a little shadow going. I don't know if I like that. Like after all that, I genuinely don't know if I like that. Um, let's see. What? How does it look without it? Oh, I genuinely don't know if I like that or not. Uh, let's just get rid of that. All right, let's try this one more time. Let's edit, transform, flip vertical, and then I'll flip it like this. I'm gonna hit OK, and then I'm gonna edit, transform. Actually, no, because that's gonna mess it up. Edit, transform, flip vertical. Sounds like I'm doing some kind of Harry Potter spell or something like that. But let's go to transform and then hit. Let's try skew actually. The skew might actually help. Yeah, that's actually perfect. That's actually perfect. That works a lot better. Yes, yes. I was not feeling that at first. Let's do that a little bit more. Now, let me try to move this so that like the point of rotation is like I don't think that helps. Well, no, that kind of helped. That kind of helped. Let's bring it over a bit. Something like that. I feel like I should also do like a perspective warp on top of it. Matter of fact, let me see. Edit, transform, perspective. I don't know if that helped, but matter of fact, I don't like that. I don't like that either. So, you know what? This finna have to be close enough right here. All right, so yeah, let me change the color on that again, and then I'll do my little multiply thing. Multiply, where to go? Okay, and I think that's a decent looking shadow. I think. Matter of fact, let me control J this, turn this off, and then I'm gonna rasterize this other one so I can give it like a blur effect. I'm just gonna do a strong blur. Maybe I should have did a Gaussian blur. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. We're gonna go with 10. Maybe I should have went with more than 10. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Let's try 15. I think 15 is pretty tough. Let's go. Yeah, I think that's tough. I think that's tough. So we've got the shadow to that. I want to blur that little background, and then I think I want to make the railing a little bit bigger, in all honesty. I might leave it alone. It wasn't bothering me the whole time. If we got enough time before I gotta wrap this up, then I might do it. But there's very few things I have left to do in this picture, so oh my neck. Okay, so I've really been doing this all day. All right, so the railing, let's hit this multiply right quick, and then we'll just touch up like some lighting on the railing, basically. So we're gonna do that right here. Oh, this is gonna be a pain because like I gotta really figure out how I want to do this. So yeah, I'm just kind of going along and just kind of putting on light. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and use the actual soft brush for this, or else it's gonna be way too big. So I'm just taking my soft brush and just doing some lighting effects from there. There's already like a lot of just lighting stuff going on anyway. Yeah. And again, this is kind of like the not as fun part. The less fun part because it's really just nitpicking and trying to see what you like and what you don't like about the piece and just very small stuff. Stuff that borderline doesn't even matter. Like, but that, that's what, keeps it from being basic to being something great. And honestly, I think that part could be darker over there. I don't really necessarily think. Matter of fact, I don't like how I did that actually. I think for this one, I might just actually just solid erase certain parts of this. Maybe. This is a rough one. Let me go to my hard eraser. And I'm just gonna like, yeah, I'm just gonna do like a cell shaded kind of deal on this one. That'll make it a lot easier to do and look a lot more consistent across the board. So it's all about artistic liberty and the Statue of Liberty with Hofang still. I'm gonna keep it real. The Statue of Liberty ain't even that bad. I ain't gonna hold you. Shit, like I'm over here pretending to thirst and all that, but like, bro, come on, dog. We respect Lady Liberty, but dang, bro, you ain't the finest thing ever, dog. All right, let's see. All right, so I'm just like getting lighting and stuff along the rails. I'm really just trying to, I'm really just trying to knock out anything that needs to be knocked out in this piece before I call it a night. But I think for the most part, I did a really good job on this one. Okay. I think the only thing left to do for real now is just blur some of these areas. So let me duplicate the railing actually. Why did I do that? Yeah, let me duplicate this railing and I'm going to just first off I gotta rasterize it if I want to blur it. So rasterize, filter, blur. I'm gonna do a strong blur. Yeah, yeah. And what else? Same with the background. Same with the background. Is this the background? Yeah. I'm gonna duplicate the background. Delete. Whoa! What? Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I was tripping. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to. My brain is so not working. I'm going to Control E. Filter, blur, strong blur to that too. Oh my gosh, it looks stupid. Let me actually do a regular blur. They still look stupid. Let me just Gaussian blur it. Or let me do another strong blur and then turn this back on. Uh Don't like that. Let me control J that, and then I'll just like bring one down a little bit. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, I don't like the blur. It feels like it's messing the piece up. However, let's see, filter, blur. I, hmm, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Like, let's try a Gaussian blur right quick. Because sometimes this computer, not the computer, but the software be tripping and it don't want to do the blurs like I want it to. Let's try 7.5. I think that's fine. I think that's more than fine, actually. Oh, all right. Now, I'm like really trying to think of what else to do because there's so little to do. I'm gonna try to do a quick effect on like maybe like the weapons, but I might not even really do that. But I just want to see just for all intents and purposes. Let me control S to save this right quick. I might also like make the bangs actually cover his eyebrows because they're kind of just like I'm just like amazed with what I did today. So, uh, shoot, dog, this is a pretty sick picture, dog. Now, there's not too much I actually want to do with this. Let me stop glazing. Okay, yeah. The effect. So there's the line art with these two characters. I'm going to make another layer. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make it a vector layer just so I can like change stuff if I need to. I'm gonna turn this off, select this color because I think that'll be how that works. And I'm gonna just kind of make like this little swoosh. You know what I mean? And now you can get like some motion here. I don't even know if I want that though. I think I want it to like have the actual just the moment of them making contact with one another. I think it's captured right here. I genuinely think it is. I think at most I might put like some like slight effects, right? So if I put like 49 and let's say I do that at the front layer, if that makes sense. Oh dang it. What did I even do? All right, so yeah. Let me pick like a 15 brush or whatever. I'm just gonna like try to make some little like effects and stuff. It's really hard, but something like that. Now let's try to lighten this. Maybe overlay. Overlay doesn't work. Screen maybe? I kind of like that. I don't know if it definitely adds something. Let's try another. Let's try the same thing. We're gonna go screen, and then we're just gonna like have like these smaller little pops on it. And yeah, I think that's pretty nice actually. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Let's let's move. Oh, jeez. What? How? What even happened there? Okay, so now I'm gonna tilt that. Let me move this one around. And I think that's about all I'm gonna oh geez, what did I do? But yeah, I think that's about all I'm gonna end up doing for this because everything else is pretty fuego. If I do say so myself. So I think I'll just make a few cleanups. But other than that, oh, like, bro, look at it, dog. Look at it. Oh, I'm so proud of this. I'm like legit so proud of this. Okay, I'm gonna save it, and then I'm gonna make just a few last minutes like tweaks and touches and stuff like that, and then I think I'll call it. So for these last 30 minutes of the stream, it's just gonna be little touches. So for the most part, picture's done. But there's just like a few last minute things that I wanna touch up on and if you're down for that then by all means let's finish the stream off right but if you need to go by any means thanks for tuning in but okay so we've got Matt we've got Cody let's let's really hone in on this let me get my eraser tool I'm gonna get my soft brush oh this is so cool though all right so I'm just going to make a little highlight like on this part of the like hand right here ever so slightly just so it's there just so it's there right I like that yeah I like it like I said better I feel like the more light the better the more you can see those characters and their like actual light that you gave them the better do some little fill-ins on Daredevil right here do some along like his fist a little bit I feel like it should be there. And hey, I guess what I feel goes because this is, my drawing and all that. But man, it's like so good. I kind of want his lip to like come in right here. Let's see if I like that any better. Uh, I think that actually works. I think that's a bit more convincing, actually. Um, I think Cody's bangs can be ever so slightly brighter. Especially like right here. They might as well just kind of connect. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I don't like that one right there, but I don't know if I like that one. Kind of like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's dope, but it's actually dope. Let me fill in a little bit more of this like hair right here. I feel like it needs to be inward a little bit more. Let's take that down a bit. Yeah, I think I like that a bit more. Um, I think I like that a bit more. There's something I don't. Let me try to bring it in a little bit less, but still bring it in more. If that makes any sense. Huh. I do kind of like that still, though. There's like things I like about it and things I just don't like about it, but maybe it's the angle. I think it's the angle. I think I do like that better. So let me shrink the brush a bit. Yeah. Yeah. I think I like that. I think I like that. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like that overall. Okay. So I think the last thing I want to do for real, is just like get some of these rough spots, like where the where the like these intersections in the black lines. I just want to kind of clean them up. I also kind of got to clean up this one area too. But matter of fact, let me see something. I'm going to delete this mask. That ain't do what I wanted it to. All right. Let's trying to see how I want to do this. I'm going to get this soft brush and then just kind of I don't like that. Let me make it a little bit bigger. And then I'm just gonna, erase that. I think that kind of works, huh? Let me see if I like that any better. I think it's a bit much. Mm, I don't know that I like that any better, but at the same time, I feel like I have to do it. All right, see, I do like that better though. So I'm gonna just kind of bring that out a little bit more. All right, I think that's straight right there. Yeah, let me hit that E right quick, and then I'm just gonna kind of go in and fix up any straight lines and stuff. We're almost done, guys. Once 9 o'clock hits, well, even before 9 o'clock hits, we'll be done with this. I just want to fix up any loose kind of stray marks and stuff. Yeah, sorry. That looks a lot better. All right, Control Y. Yeah, let me put that back. Um, and then the marks can be a little loose. Marks can be a little bit loose. Let me make a few more marks actually, just because I really want to nail in that kind of comic book aesthetic. Ah, crap. Yeah, yeah. I think the one up top was a bit better. Okay, it's. I think everything is kind of working though. Like if you like really zoom in to certain parts, it's a little bit rough, but I think for the most part, everything is kind of working. I think Daredevil needs a little bit of that red right there. Um, Other than that, though, for real, we about done, dog. Like, if you want to be real about it, we kind of done here, dog. We kind of done. Okay, okay, for real though. Ah, crap. Let me uh, let me see what this red is. Okay, Matt Murdock, everybody, dog. I didn't not expect this to look as nice as it does right now. Like it's actually phenomenal. Okay, so let me turn like the lighting and everything back on. Okay, there are the shadows. There's the light. Let me get a few more like just erases in. Why the heck is that? Okay, there we go. Just straightening some stuff out. And yeah, man. So yeah, this is the art process, dog. You kind of saw me go from nothing to something, man. It's insane. It's insane how the piece came out too. Like only thing I'd say is I kind of wanted to have the knife, but I think this is a solid enough picture without any of that. So, chat, are we done, chat? Are we done? I don't think anybody's left in the chat. So, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick look around just to see what else needs like polishing. I do want to see how Cody looks if I like erase some of these lines. I think I want to erase this part. I kind of like that. Let's try to erase these little. Backwards. Did that very backwards. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. What I wanted. Yeah. 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 Okay. That looks better. I think that looks better. So, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna keep that. So, let me look into these handcuffs right quick. There's kind of this part where I should maybe erase the hands or like erase like the skin on it, but let's see. Yeah, that's definitely the skin. Okay, so let's try to erase that right quick. And then I guess we'll put some of that like that white color on it. Where is that white color? Okay. So let's see. We're gonna remove that right quick. I'm gonna I actually kind of want that blue right there. We'll just fill that in. And then for like this layer right here, I'm gonna fill in a little bit more of that yeah, that kind of chain. And I honestly, the chain is technically like going behind the shirt, but I don't think anybody cares or notices. Like I didn't even notice that till just now. And honestly, like I said, I'm pretty much done at this point. I don't need this to be a 10 out of 10 picture. I just needed to really just kind of get the point across more so than anything. So, yeah. So, with that being said, let me try one more thing. Do I want to try one more thing? I really don't. Let's see. Where's the shadow? Because if I can like, no, that was not what I wanted. Uh, Where's the eraser tool? Let's try this hard brush. Hey, I kind of like that shine though. Y'all like that? Well, I'm the only one here. Uh, mm, I'll just have it very subtly in there. Like maybe like just that might do it. And maybe if I go with like the soft brush and just kind of yeah, I'm just trying to kind of play around with stuff now. I don't know how I feel about that. I do like that there's some form of shine to it though. I promise I'm gonna I promise I'm gonna be done with this before 9 or like around by 9. Definitely by 9. But mm, okay, so let me go back with this the soft brush and then we're gonna go ahead and get ready to call it here. Okay. I like that. I do like that. I do like that. I don't like how thick it is right there. One more time, guys. One more time for the road. So we're gonna make it a little bit higher, and then I'm gonna go in with my soft brush and just kind of give it that kind of shine to it. Sorry, I really didn't like it. I should really just kind of stop. I think that's straight. That's straight. I think that might be straight. That might not be straight. Let me straighten it out a bit. I'm really just doing stuff. All right. A rough job, but a job nonetheless. All right. I think that's decent. I think that's decent. I think the other one I did was better though. Anyway, I it really bothers me. I don't know. I think that's decent though. I think I'll leave it right there. I'm gonna control S to save this, and I'm just gonna look at what I've done. And I think I made a really nice piece today. So yeah, for like these next few minutes, I'm just gonna be looking over. Thank you for anybody that tuned in, anybody that stayed. If you haven't, that's completely fine. I understand. But if you left a comment, if you said anything, if you're watching this after the stream is aired and you're just kind of watching the rerun or whatever, thank you so much. I'm gonna have this on my Patreon later on, probably maybe not tonight. I might just chill out for the rest of the night, but I'm definitely gonna have this on my Patreon. So if you like this piece, if you want to purchase it, I'll have it on the shop on the Patreon, and that'll be available. If you want to subscribe to the Patreon, you can, and then this will be available to you. And if you just want to buy the piece by like separately, that's also gonna be an option. But yeah, man, this was fun. Daredevil versus Cody, the battle of vigilantes, man. So yeah, just gazing upon it, and I plan to do this on a weekly basis. So if I don't do it next week, definitely do it the week after, and then after that, I kind of want to do it on a weekly basis. So yeah, if you like Street Fighter, if you like Marvel, if you like just drawing live streams, hey, subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. I'll be doing a lot more of this. So let's see. I'm gonna do this right for the like last 2 minutes. Yeah. And then I'm gonna do this same thing. I'm gonna get this what did I choose? The gray color. And I guess I'll just sign my name. Where do I want to sign my name? I'll do it in the back. If you know what I'm talking. I don't like that brush. Let's try the mapping pen. Not the calligraphy. Yeah, let's try the mapping pen. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah. I'm just signing my name at this point. But there is one other. Do I want to change that sun? I kind of like that the sun's right there, like that. Where is the sun? There's the clouds. All right, so the sun should be in here somewhere. Yeah, that's it. Let me just blur that sun right quick. Filter, blur, and just a strong blur. Yeah. That nothing too special. I like that. We're gonna control S and I really like this. Okay. So yeah, like I said, if you enjoyed that, please leave a like and I'll be back next week to do another one. Or maybe the week after next. This is rough, but me just find a way to park my signature and then I'll call the stream. Let's see, mapping pin, turnip pin. Do I want to use the turnip pin? Yes, I do. We're gonna set that turn up pin to 10 and we finna turn. Ugh. And a little too thick. 7. I think 7 is perfect. Make that eye a little bit bigger. Then we're just gonna lower the opacity a bit. Yes, sir. I think it can stand to be a little bit bigger, don't y'all? Yeah. I kind of liked it before. All right. Perfect. Cut, print. Beautiful. I'm going to turn the brightness up a little bit more. All right. Now, I'm going to control S. I Nah, the name is like, because I want it a little bit brighter, but like, maybe I'm just conceited like that. Maybe I'm just conceited like that. Where's, let me see, control D. And we're just going to brighten that up a little bit. Or a lot of bit. Let's try multiply. That didn't work. All right, I'm gonna hit 75 on this. No, 65. Cause I don't want y'all to see my signature, but like I want y'all to see my signature. Let's go 65. Perfect. Yeah. All right. Control S. All right, that's it. That's it. So this has been Cody Travers versus Daredevil. Live stream over. I'm finna cut it. Control S. I'm leaving out of the thing. I'm not touching it anymore. So, GG's, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.